Hello, everybody. My name is FIDE Master Gari Shankar, and I welcome you to the round 5 commentary of the Chess Olympiad. So the games have just begun. I'm going to try to get to the games as soon as possible. Here is some general info and the standings. The tournament is an 11-round Team Swiss that takes place in Budapest, Hungary. The time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then you get a 30-minute extra plus a 30-second increment from move 1. Okay, and each win gets you 2 points, so that's why we're going to look at the standings soon. After 4 rounds, we have India, Spain, we have 8 countries with a perfect score, and also followed by Norway, Iran, and Canada, and Turkey with 7 points. And in the women's section, we have few teams, 7, with a perfect score, trailed by several other countries. And right now we're going into round 5. It's a Sunday, so happy end of the weekend, everybody. And here we go. We have camera feeds for 4 of the matches. So we're going to go right into the first match, which is going to be India versus Azerbaijan. And I think the camera feed should show up. There we go. We have a few moves in already. There's a 10-15 minute delay on the broadcast. So we're going to see the opening moves shortly. Feel free to tell me where you guys are watching from, by the way. I have my chat open and the Lichess chat as well. Nice to see you, Dominic. We have Linux. Yes. Nice to see the mods in the chat as well. Also, hello to YouTube. Also, Twitch. Here we go. So we have a few moves. Gukesh playing for board 1 for the India team. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. One of the most trendy openings right now is the Italian. Has been for maybe like 10 years. Okay, knight f6. We have d3. Okay, this is knight f6 actually invites knight g5, but this is such a huge forcing line that not many players are willing to go into this deep, dark forest. So white played d3 instead. This move order also avoids the gambits after bishop c5 and also forces white to play d3, kind of show their hand pretty much quickly. So d3, bishop c5. And wow, we have a pretty rare move already. Usually I've seen c3 as the main move and castle. I believe by far c3 is the main move. I can pull up the database right now. c3 played 43% of the time. Castle played 35% of the time. Bishop g5 is only essayed 4% of the time. And Gukesh, we've been seeing all the Indian youngsters, they always come up with some new ideas. Every time that we see them play, they always have something new up their sleeve. So bishop g5, as we already see. And now h6. So normally bishop g5 is played after black castles. One of the drawbacks of playing bishop g5 before they castle and has played d6 is that a lot of times black goes h6, bishop h4, and then unpins with bishop e7, and then plays knight h5 to trade the bishops off. And this is actually quite a good trade for black. Knight h5 also helps you potentially get into f4. So we'll see if something like that happens. Also, there's h6, g5, a totally viable way to play. So h6, bishop h4. Black could castle here and play a softer, slower game, but I guess Aiden Suleimanli is in a very aggressive mood today and plays g5 instead. Wow, this game is going to be really exciting, I think. Board 1. Okay, bishop g3. You know, I'm a coach, and I normally, when you see this happening so early, it looks a little risky, but when you work with Stockfish, now Stockfish 17 is out, nothing surprises me anymore. A lot of previously thought about strategies are perfectly playable. So I was just talking about this with Eric yesterday, that engines have actually increased the creativity of players nowadays. It's just that the ideas come and go really quickly, like fast fashion. By the way, we miss Eric. of course, it's just me today and the chat, of course. So please keep me company. Let me know where you guys are watching from. What time is it where you're watching from? I would appreciate that. Ask your questions. And if there's any particular games that you want me to go over, just write it in the chat. Look at board number 20, 25. So I really appreciate you guys being here with us and the mods as well. Okay, so we have d6 and c3. So c3 controls the d4 square. So there's no like funny business with bishop g4 and knight d4. It also prepares d4 and b4. These positions, personally, one of the most complicated ones in chess because none of the pieces have been traded off. And I believe that Gukesh and the recent trend of young players, they want to take the opponents into really complicated waters so that the best player wins. May the best man win. So that's kind of the situation we have here. This position is really rich, so many possibilities. And even if you study the theory, because there are so many branching points, it cannot be memorized. So the main thing that helps you navigate these positions are ideas, such as like the pawn breaks, knights possibly coming to these squares. For black, it could be potential expansion on the king side. I'm not even sure the bishops are going to get traded off or not, or pin. So a lot of complications here, and every move has a drawback, and we need to know what exactly they are. So we have this position, and I think that Aiden is maybe out of book because black is the first one to take the first think, and that's kind of a good indicator of like who is prepared better. So Gukesh has more time than he started with, but Aiden's already used up 5 minutes. Okay. Now we can move to the second board, Pragg versus Abbasov. And I believe both of them actually played each other in the candidates. And I don't remember what was the result. Maybe somebody could tell us what the result was when they played each other twice in the candidates. Abbasov, of course, qualified through the World Cup. He had a stellar performance in the candidates as well. So that's quite interesting to see the London. Okay. C5, E3, and knight C6. So this is actually a pretty common position in the London. And one of the biggest questions in the London system is, do you play C3 or do you play knight D2? And the modern trend has been to play knight D2 instead, because you might play C4 and you might also sack the B2 pawn in some lines. So this is more developing and more aggressive. This also threatens sometimes to take the pawn and then C4 or A3, B4, many options for white. There is a drawback to knight B2. I think it leaves the D4 pawn a little vulnerable, but this is definitely the new trend. By the way, I want to make sure that our connection and audio video is good. Please let me know, guys. Okay, it might have dropped for like 2 seconds, right? I apologize for that. We should be good now. Yeah, refreshing works every time. So CD4, ED4, A6. An interesting note here. These positions, don't they remind you of a Caro-Kann? Because even though it was a London, whenever the E pawn trades for that C pawn, or yeah, through either E pawn going to here or C pawn going here, any of those trades transforms the position into Carlsbad structure. So instead of playing E takes D5, C takes D5, black plays C takes D4, E takes D4, and this becomes a Caro-Kann exchange variation position. And by the way, I should add something. A6, Ding Liren, I believe in the World Championship match, showed us this idea of playing bishop B5, and then sometimes even taking on C6 and damaging the structure and playing against those dark squares. I have a suspicion that Pragg is avoiding Abbasov's preparation with playing a little bit of a not so popular move. This move order is specifically against white's plan, I believe. So A6 is only played 5% of the time according to database. the main move is bishop f5 and queen b6. But I believe bishop f5, bishop b5 is the new trend. I just want to show some ideas here. e6. There's knight e5, first of all. That could be annoying. Queen b6. There's c4. This can lead to some dangerous stuff. So this pin could be annoying. Queen b6. Immediately. c4. So there's a lot of new ideas coming with delaying c3, as you can see. So that's why Pragg played a6. He wants to avoid all kinds of funny business. And one thing we can maybe learn from this kind of position is that since the center is fairly stable, there's no pawn breaks that's easily available. Black can afford to make a move like a6, even though it's, a pawn move on the side. That way, he's not going to pay a big price for this. Okay, so that's why moves like a6 are okay in the opening, because it's not like the king is being checked. In fact, it prevents a check or pin in the future. Okay, and I also want to add that a move that black doesn't want to play in these positions at all is the move e6. You never is a strong word, but you don't really want to block your bishop in like this. These grandmasters will brutally punish you if you play something like that, because you have one bad piece and it'll stay bad for the rest of the game. It also allows white to just really focus all in on the e5 square, and the light square bishop is so much better than the other light square bishop. There's a famous quote from this legendary player, Sigbert Tarash. He said, "One bad piece makes the whole position bad," I think. Someone can check me on that, fact check me on this quote. But I believe he said, "One bad piece makes the whole piece position bad." Or there's also another quote, "A bad plan is better than no plan." Was that Lasker? Don't know. You can check me on that. Anyway, a6, knight b3 was played. This is the current position on the board. White is definitely trying some new ideas. Usually, I've seen the bishop go to d3 so fast, but I think I know why bishop d3 doesn't work. Usually in the exchange variation, they play bishop d3 to prevent bishop f5, and the knight's already here and this knight's here, which means the bishop can't develop anywhere. But since black has both bishop f5 and bishop g4 available, there's actually no rush to play bishop d3 because you're not preventing any development. Therefore, knight b3, it might be just a flexible move that improves the position. Although I'm not really a big fan of the knight on b3. Perhaps there's a point to this knight. It might be eyeballing this square, because a lot of times in these structures, black will push the b pawn to fight against c3. So this knight is preemptively stopping any funny business against the queen side. So I believe that's the point of knight b3. And this is the current position. So both boards, I believe that Gukesh and Pragg have come up with new ideas. And Pragg is taking maybe the first big think of the game. But we're going to see fresh positions as opposed to some drawish 85% draw line that me and Eric saw yesterday. I think the game with Ding Liren versus Matrosyan was like 15 move theory with an 85% draw rate, and they did draw. So, yeah, nice to see everyone in the chat. I see. I'm not going to address individual members, but if you ask me a question, I will read your question and try to answer them, because we're going to be here for a long time. It's only me, and we're going to be here for about 5 hours. So get your questions in, because I have time to answer them. Moving to board 3. We have Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun is also my brother's name, interestingly. It's a common name in India. Versus Mamed Rauf. Okay. So we have a Sicilian. And Sicilian knight Arf. Oh, sorry, I spoke too soon. It's a dragon. Interesting. Okay, we have a question from Hamsterham. Have I seen any games that I would want to go into detail for my own preparation? Because I'm an FM and I'm very close to IM. I have 9 IM norms, which is three times the requirement. And my current FIDE rating is 2367, and I just need to get another 33 points to become an IM. So I've gotten as close to 2390, but I've been seesawing. I haven't seen any games in my, well, I guess the Prague game is actually quite good because Carlsen is something that I play. So that one I might take a look at more. But I haven't looked at all the games yet. I haven't had time because commentary yesterday was so long. But I'll go more into that over the stream. Okay, so we have a dragon. And I was mentioning this earlier because we saw a dragon dwarf position yesterday from the game between Fabiano and Wolokitin, which Fabiano played bishop d3 after a6 and then g6. And I was mentioning yesterday that the biggest enemy to the dragon is when they castle queenside, the dreaded Yugoslav attack. But maybe Mamedo has some deadly preparation. Let's find out. Okay, so those main moves here are castles. And there is also bishop c4. Now, bishop c4 has been played instead of castle. Castle's safer, but it allows the move d5. This is the problem. d5 opens up the position for black, and this becomes sharp is the right word. However, the sharpness has been reduced because the position has been studied so much after these forcing moves. Bishop d4, very sharp position. It's just been explored so deeply. e5, bishop c5. Sometimes black even sacrifices the exchange because this dark squares can be really, really vulnerable, and white actually should not take the rook. Because if you take the rook, I think queen f8 is just very strong. And they're going to look at these deadly arrows, guys. Yeah, I can. So I'm not using the engine or the eval bar. Let me know if you guys want to see the eval bar. But I'm just going to, let's guess the eval here. I believe black is better here after the exchange. Yeah, minus 0.9. And the line is, let's see the line. Queen f8. And it's really bad for white. White might be almost losing here. So, no eval bar. What we're going to do, though, is if I'm really, really lost, I will check it to verify my claims. And we might do guess the eval, which is a game that I like to do sometimes. We'll play that with chat, just kind of guessing who do you think is better, and then go from there. Yeah. Okay. And maybe after 4 hours of commentary, maybe my brain stops working. Then I'll turn the eval bar on permanently. Okay, so this is obviously bad. So white plays knight e4, and this is a very, very complicated line. Rook b8 is there, rook e8 now. There's too many options, very explored, to move 25. Now, the same thing can be said for bishop c4 as well, but it does prevent the d5 move. The bishop does become a target for black in many cases because it is hanging. Knight d4. Wait a second. I used to play this when I was 7 years old. This line with, I think so. Dragon was the first opening that I learned from my coach, who was an IM. So this is actually funny. I think I tried with queen a5. I don't know the exact order, but it was queen a5. We see bishop e6 though. So this is new. I don't think this was even looked at all. Maybe there's some ideas here allowing this pawn structure, which white doesn't do. So this is a new invention that I haven't looked at this in so many years. So I'm assuming taking is not that good for white. It's mostly draws according to database, and if I check the eval, it's 0.3. So that's why white played bishop b3, keeping more maybe tension in the position. And queen a5. Castle, b5. And this is the current position. This is the current position. There's only one thing I know about positions after b5 is that there are some weird lines where queen g5 is an idea, but I don't think it's like now or anything. There are some weird lines, but this is super, super complicated. What are the main ideas for each side here? Probably white should play king b1 to shore up the king side, because b4 is coming, bishop b3 really opens up all the stuff. So I'm assuming king b1 is the next move. And then after king b1, okay, I'm going to check the database. b4, knight d5 is the theory. Knight d5 makes sense because there's no other good square. And there's going to be mass exchanges. Mass exchanges on the d5 square. So they could take with the bishop, take with the pawn, of course. And they can't take this because there will be bishop g7. Now the main move according to the database is queen b5 to use this a5, a4. And that looks dangerous. How does white deal with this? The answer is to trade the queens or put pressure on the e-pawn. And now this is the move that I'm curious about, because we're literally allowing them to roll us over with a5. And now we have to try to trade queens. And black accepts. Perhaps the problem is if the queen goes somewhere else, first of all, we have bishop c4 and also e7 is hanging. So something like this. And then a4, bishop c4, and then probably b3. Yeah. So this is a huge line. I wouldn't be surprised if Mamedov and Ergaisi already know this line. Okay. And currently the position is b4. I think the moves that we looked at is going to happen. So how did it go again? Knight d5, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen b5, and either offer a trade of queens or go for the e-pawn. Offer a trade of queens again. So these games are still kind of getting going. People are starting to take their thinks. Now we go to the fourth board. Thank you, Flato, since I'm looking sharp. Appreciate it. Let's go to this game, knight f3. I play knight f3 a lot because I like the flexibility of the move. g3. This is a very committal move, g3, because you are committing to fianchetto, so white's development is naturally a bit slower, maybe even a little slower than black's. c5, black grabs the center, and we have this reversed, almost King's Indian-like position. So it's very interesting to see. Now, if knight c6, sometimes reverse Grunfeld could be played. Reverse Grunfeld is actually quite strong. So we have this. g6. So black is not trying to play a reverse King's Indian with e5. This is why after knight c6, I believe that white's intention was to go d4. And here, yeah, d4 anyway. Now, normally, I actually don't think that d4 is not usually strong when the knight is not on c6. Let me explain why. Because after knight d4, this knight can actually, there's nowhere for it to go. So when there's a future move like e5, just randomly e5 at some point, this knight can't take it. So it has to go to b3, which is not that great. However, maybe e5 here can be met with knight f3, attacking the pawn again, or there might be some complications, but e5 is definitely a move to look at. But maybe that's why Mamedov has played this move, queen d4. Queen d4 has been played. It's a completely new move. It's played only 4% of the time. So another new idea on board for. So all the games in the India versus Azerbaijan have been pretty exciting positions. So what is the plan here? Knight c6 hasn't been played. Where does the queen actually go? Not sure. This is usually frowned upon, right? To bring the queen out so early. I guess I'll know the answer soon, guys. Bishop g7 has been played. And maybe in a couple of moves, we'll see knight c6 and then... Oh, perhaps... Is this the idea? This is quite common. This is very common to go queen h4 and bishop h6. I think this is the idea that Mamidara is planning. None of the other squares actually makes much sense. Which also makes me wonder, bishop g7 makes bishop h6 even stronger. Rook d1 played, so yeah, I think it's almost a guarantee that we're going to see this happen. And then maybe h6 by black to stop it. And then we have an interesting situation where after h6, black can't castle. But black might play g5 to chase away the queen at some point. And then the queen will run again. And then if they castle, then h4. Interesting. All right. Shall we move on to another board? Maybe another match. Completely new match. And we have cameras for the first 4 boards. Unfortunately, this is so sad. I don't have camera for the Magnus game. But we're going to look at Magnus game, actually. Let's look at Magnus game. This is the match 5. Norway versus Turkey. Let's check out how he's doing. All right, so this should switch us to a scene without the cameras. There we go. And Magnus is black. I don't know if I should flip the board or not. Maybe we should. Maybe we shouldn't. We have a Queen's Gambit declined. No, we did a setup for an hour Linux, but the camera feed was still not showing up for some reason. Knight bd7. Yeah, Eric likes to play this system. He said yesterday Knight bd7 has a lot of transpositions, even to the Cambridge Springs. Okay, c takes d5, e takes d5. This makes the position more stable. So I think Yilmaz is actually trying to keep Magnus's options low. So c takes d5 is a very solid move. Okay. No funny business from Magnus there because of this mortar. I guess he's trying some funny business. Queen a5. This is transposed into the Cambridge Springs, guys. So Cambridge Springs is a line that happens from the Slav. So, for example, if bishop g5 happened and c6, e3, queen a5. This is called the Cambridge Springs. And here, knight d2 is the move because one of the ideas of this line is to do a sneaky little trap. If you played bishop d3 kind of blindly, it's not going to end well. I believe there's dc4 and there's knight e4. There are some traps here. I'll check with the end. Yeah, dc4, knight e4, correct. And suddenly, guess what? That's a little uncomfortable. For some reason, the computer says it's actually not losing for white. So there must be a way out of this. Let's find out. Bishop h4, and if knight takes c3, is it queen d2? But there's bishop b4. Oh, maybe just take a knight d2. And it's a pawn sack. So white's not in huge trouble, right? Interesting. Good to know that, right? So this is the kind of ideas that white wants to avoid. Now, we can actually see the same idea happening in the game. The current position is knight e4. So if you take here, that actually might be a blunder. Because DE, knight d2, and then surprise. Oh, we have a raid. Thank you so much, Video Alien, for the raid. Thank you very much. Huge raid too. Party of 140. Thank you very much. So yeah, we're doing official commentary for the Olympiad. So welcome to my chat as well. Queen c2 played. So white is okay to give up the bishop pair. What does white get in return for this? I guess some initiative. So take. And let me just check if queen c2 is some sort of a new move. It's played 16% of the time. So takes. 8-6. There's no sack. It's too much. come back. Bishop here. Castle. You have a very standard position. Interesting reference here. This is literally a Caro-Kann structure again. Like, it's almost like I'm playing Caro-Kann with black. The knight on d2 blocks the bishop. So Caro-Kann with a few extra tempo. Plus the queen on a5 is a target. So I believe this is what white is banking on in this game. And by the way, the current position is knight takes g5. So Magnus, yeah, it's okay with... Magnus is very strong at this calls by structure, but white is rock solid and probably a tiny bit better. But I believe both players are pretty happy with this. You know why? Because these GMs, they love the bishop pair. Long-term prospects. Because chess games tend to open up more as the game progresses. So the two bishops become stronger and stronger as the game goes into the end game. And I believe Magnus is the best in the business when it comes to using the two bishops and everything else as well. I don't know. Magnus is probably the only player or the main player with the least amount of weaknesses because he's just so good at everything. Like, can you guys even try to find a weakness for Magnus? Relatively speaking, I think there's one weakness. This is probably, he might agree with this. Magnus, from what I noticed is, if you go for his king, if you really go for the attack against the king, even Magnus has trouble because one of the only games he lost, yes, attacking his king brutally, not attacking the queen side, attacking his king particularly and going all out, has been the games that he lost. For example, the World Cup 2500 Grandmaster was able to beat him. I think there was a lot of sacrifice on f7 and all kinds of piece sacrifice on e4. And I believe I was watching the Speed Championship between Hikaru and Magnus. I don't know which year it was, but there were several games where Hikaru won consecutively against Magnus just by attacking his king. So maybe that's the strategy for white, although this opening honestly does not facilitate that kind of strategy because white's initiative is mostly in the center and the plays on the queen side. So it is more of a defensive line that white played here. So we're not going to see that today. So current position is knight g5. And Magnus is thinking, so he must be, surprisingly, both players are out of book here. Although there have been dozens of games played in this line. Interesting. Okay. So that's the Magnus game. Shall we go to match number 2, which is Hungary versus Ukraine? Because Ukraine yesterday upset the United States because of Ivanchuk winning against Vesely, or unfortunately, the best way to say this would be Vesely just kind of fumbling it a little bit at the end with a clear draw position, and then 2 moves later he got mated. So Vesely kind of lost focus during the 5th hour of play, I suppose, unfortunately for him. So let's look at that game. We're switching scenes. Ivanchuk versus Richard Rapport. I believe the boards should switch automatically. This is a very high-tech production. And we have cameras live now. Excellent. So you see the cameras for all the 4 boards of the team. D4 by Ivanchuk. And we have the Grunfeld. Grunfeld, I believe people call it the Sicilian of D4. So if you guys want a sharp game against D4, play Grunfeld. But the only problem is that there's so much theory in Grunfeld. Well, there's all the theory in Sicilian. But I believe Grunfeld is a little bit harder to understand than Sicilian. So bishop f4. Ivanchuk is not going for that c takes d5 line with e4, which is the main line. Bishop f4. Ivanchuk announced his retirement after losing to Wesley 15 years ago. This comment, I read that on Reddit, I think. Yes. So, and then he beats Wesley 15 years later. So he never really retired. I guess people can say stuff after a traumatic game or a traumatic loss. They might say, I'm done. But as we know, chess has this pull. People who say they're quitting it, they just come back later eventually. Another famous example is, I think, Kamsky came back stronger than ever in 2010s, I believe. And he almost he made a run for the world championship, and he was almost successful at it. Okay, so we have castle, rook c1. I'm actually not sure about the nuances of this line. For example, why does white not play e3? Am I trying to figure this out? I believe maybe it's because white wants to go e4 for dc4. This must be the reason. Yes. Bishop g4. I'm actually not sure, because c5 is a typical Grunfeld move here. How does white respond to c5? dc, dc, queen d8, rook d8, and e4. Okay, so now we know why white did not play e3. Because e4 is a better move, more aggressive move. Better is not sure, but it's definitely an option than to play. So that's why you play rook c1. And c5 can be played. It just makes the game very drawish after this. So Rapport, I don't think he likes those kind of stuff. So he plays bishop g4, which is played not even 1% of the time. So this is technically almost a new move here. Almost a new move, bishop g4. This move gives, has a lot of red flags, because this pawn and this pawn can be attacked with the queen b3 at some point, and also knight e5. So Rapport must have analyzed this. I don't really know the nuances here. e3, so Ivanchuk is playing it safe with e3. He's not trying to refute bishop g4. And c5. Yeah, this is more like it, the typical Grunfeld move. So we can contrast c5 now with earlier, with the addition of bishop g4. So when I take on c5, I believe he's going to take on c4, which he did not. Played bishop f3 first. So queen f3 or gf3. Queen f3 feels more natural, but gf3 might be an attempt to go into the endgame with the two bishops and an extra pawn. Not sure what Ivanchuk will play here. I think he's thinking a lot here, because this is a critical decision. So it's completely normal and recommended to take more time for decisions that cannot be undone so easily. So the fact that Ivanchuk is taking time to find out which capture is best, understandable. Completely different than deciding whether to put the A rook on C1 or D1, or the F rook on D1, for example. So that one you don't have to spend 15 minutes for. Anyway, we have no moves yet. That's the Ivanchuk game. By the way, guys, are there any boards that you want us to specifically look at? Because I have access to all the boards. I have access to 100 boards as well. So please let me know which one you want me to look at. Going to the second board of the Ukraine-Hungary game, we have Sanan Sigurov versus Ruslan Ponomaryov. Okay, so I have a comment, but if you can tell me the board number, I really appreciate it, because there are 100 boards and it's hard to find out which one it is. Okay, Poland. Again, if you could tell me the board number, I would really appreciate it. Poland. I will find it. But let me go through this game first. Poland is match 4. Yes, yes. Okay. So we have cameras for the Poland 13. Got it. Thank you. So I believe Poland also has a perfect score. And Vietnam also upset Uzbekistan, I believe, yesterday. And we have Lequang Liam versus Duda. Cameras are working. Great. So Lequang is a very technical player, I believe, very positional, grinding kind of player. We have a Queen's Gambit, Tarrasch variation, and this C takes D4 business, which is fairly new. Duda has 3 out of 3. Really? Okay. A lot of players with great scores. I believe Arjun Ergaisi has 4 out of 4, and a few other players as well. Arjun has been doing insanely well against opposition slightly lower rated than him. And apparently that's the team strategy behind for India to put him on board number 3, because he just has a really good style that's really fighting. So putting him on board number 1 might be a mistake because they could shut him down. Bishop G5. Yeah, this probably is still very much theory. Another IQP, by the way. We can see that learning a Caro-Kann system, Carlsbad, and IQP might be one of the best things you can do to increase your chess rating or knowledge, understanding, because it just happens in so many positions. If you want to learn some structures, learn the Caro-Kann or Queen's Gambit declined Carlsbad system. It'll pay off. So we have some opening moves. Queen B6, attacking B2. White just sacrifices it. Pretty reasonable because D5 is hanging. I believe black is okay with sacrificing this pawn because you get a lot of compensation, and probably the B2 pawn as well. So none of the people are actually cashing in on the pawn. Oh, black did cash in. And are we going to get the pawn back? Yes. Okay. He didn't take this because knight f6 ruins the structure. Ruins the structure anyway. At least the queens are off the board, so black's not going to get mated. No worries. This is fine because we have rook d8. And that is the current position. All right, guys. Welcome to Guess the Eval. Let's break down this position and find who is better here, shall we? I don't know the answer to this question. I'm not using an engine. So we can do this together. All right, let's do this. Material is equal. Our rook's under attack. It's the only forcing thing here. White's pawn structure is better. There is chance of an outside passer for black. So that should be taken into account, especially if the rooks are off the board. Structure is clearly defective. It can't be easily attacked. It's white's turn. Can white potentially get to the C file, 7th rank? Not so easy. And rook trade, I don't think that white actually wants to trade rooks for that reason, right? This pawn actually could be vulnerable in some cases, but not practically. So because of the damaged structure and slightly more active pieces, white should be slightly better. Yeah. But if the rooks come off the board, I don't think so. +1. I think that's too liberal with that, Linux. We have a comment. People keep chatting. Tell me more evaluations. We have 0.2. Yeah, white is slightly better. It's not much. And rook b2 played, which is... I'm actually very surprised with that move. I'm trying to figure this out. What is the idea here? Just because it seems a little defensive, doesn't it? It seems very defensive. Maybe white is trying to do a setup. Yeah, so rook c8 seems like a good move here. And then what? Maybe h3? Check king g2, so I believe the idea is actually knight d4, bishop f3 maybe. Yeah, so I would say white has a minimal advantage, probably 0.3. Something like that. Yeah, it's close. This game should be heading to a draw. We'll double check now. Okay, last chance, guys. Get your numbers in there. I'm a bit surprised by rook b2. Maybe he's trying to find some sort of a setup and then fix that setup. Knight d4. I do see bishop here as a move. Maybe white doesn't mind trading the bishops because then the pawn structure, the light squares become vulnerable as well. Yeah, 0.3. 0.2. All right. Yeah, rook c8, h3 is the number one choice. And then knight d4. I want to do one little thing here. I'm going to put a position where I play knight d4 and bishop e4 happens. And it's, yeah, f3. And then maybe knight f5 or e4, bring the king here. Yeah, white has 0.3 now. It's a very minimal advantage. But Le Quang is going to just try to grind this out. Interesting game. All right. Let's go to the second board. I do have a comment here. Check the women's section. Yes, of course. We will do that. Should we look at the whole... Let's just go through all the four boards of the Vietnam-Poland games. At least two boards. So Wojtaszek, I believe a very famous player, also was Anand's second. Worked with Anand's team, I believe, many times. I think currently Gukesh is working with Gajewski, who's also from Poland. So it seems to be the opening specialist nation. Another c5. Deja vu. But this time, last game we saw cd4, correct? Yeah, this time we see knight d5. This is called the semi-Tarrasch because the full Tarrasch is ed5. The semi one is this one, knight c3, and unfortunately this is actually one of the most boring openings. I'm sorry. This is just black is trying to shut it down. The game is already half over. Move 10. Two pairs of minor pieces came off. Okay. So there's some activity here, but as you can see, things are moving so fast in the opening. Now, Wojtaszek has more time than he started with. So that could be a different story because the game did get sharp after this d5 move. I believe d5 is the move that probably is the new idea of the... Yes, this is the new idea of the game. It's not. It has been played before, but only 7% of the time. So, and these positions, I guess white being more prepared is a big advantage. So I can't just say draw. I have to say that there's still life here. It's just that the game has gone into the late middle game stage. If you contrast that with the Italian opening from the first game, just to show the Gukesh game. Oh my goodness. What happened here? You guys see this? Okay, we need to check this. What happened here? Last time, it's only been like 20 minutes, right? Okay, so this was a position in the Gukesh game. Let's find out. C3, A5. Okay, so Aiden is out of book here. A5 played. Knight B2. Did black blunder this? Because I don't have the eval bar. C bishop A7. Okay, knight H5. Okay. So this move is inviting knight takes E5. Okay, hold on. Let's slow down here. So knight takes E5. Black plays the intermezzo. And white plays the double intermezzo. Because if white just takes the knight, then he loses a piece. So he needs to do another intermezzo. Now, knight F7 is an intermezzo, but I believe queen F6 might be game over. So bishop F7. King F8 or king E7 makes less sense, I guess, because it blocks the queen. Check. Okay, why not take the bishop? Because okay, so let's just try to see what's going on. Right now, the material is that white is down a piece, but white has 2 pawns. So if black takes the bishop, white is down 2 pieces. If white takes the rook, queen takes, then white can recover the piece. Then essentially black has 2 pieces for the rook. And that's not good enough? Okay, so instead of this position, so in this line, white has a rook and 2 pawns. And I guess black's king is open. By the way, I don't know if FG is better. Probably it is better. But king G7 was played. But now I take the piece. And now white is up the material. I don't understand. What is happening? Is there something wrong with king F7? Because this is like you just made an extra tempo. So am I going, why do you not take on F7 first? No, not queen H5 because there's a knight there, right? Okay, I might turn the engine on because this is kind of weird to me. I don't know why Soleimani played king G7. This doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so yeah, king F7 is better. King F7 is better, and then knight H8, queen H8, HG, and white is 0.6, according to the engine. Now king G7, it just loses a tempo. And now he's losing. +1. And this is an open position. We can't just lose a tempo like this. That one tempo is going to make a big difference. Inexplicable blunder from Soleimani then. I can't imagine what he would have missed after this. This makes no sense to me. Yeah, this is kind of weird. He's lost a tempo in such a sharp position. Now the position is +1 for Gukesh, and he is better. Of course, +1 isn't much, especially with such a big imbalance. So I can't just say the game is over, but it is a bad position for black. I believe the reason it's not that good is because d4 shuts the bishop down and shuts the knight down. And it's not the fact that white has 2 pawns. It's that the white has a nice structure that covers the entire center. And there's already a ready-made open file, which also opens for the king. So because of all these things adding up, it's not the material. The material, 2 pawns, 2 bishops for a rook and 2 pawns is completely fine. Sometimes you can even prefer the bishops. But the other factors are what give white the advantage here. So this is a quite strange decision, perplexing. So Gukesh is better. Thank you, Backrank Jr. You said you're happy to see this. You're learning something. That thank you very much. I'll try to make it as educational as possible, and I encourage everyone to ask questions. Also, feel free to tell me more games to look at. So it's interesting for sure. While we're on board 1, since the cameras are all loaded up, let's take a look at a couple more games. Arjun Ergaisi's game, the dragon. We left off around knight d5, and I think we explored this idea of queen trade happening. Yes, queen b5, preparing this. Chop, chop. So let's evaluate the position again. White has the 2 bishops, which is not a big factor here because the center is fairly closed. And the pawn is hanging, and this bishop can get traded off anytime. The main thing is this e7 pawn, it's backward. And white is already in position to press on the pawn. So it makes sense that white is slightly better here. The dream scenario for black would be to trade this bishop off and have a knight versus bishop endgame where the white is saddled with a slightly bad bishop. But as long as the rooks are on the board and pressing on the pawn, white is better. So I'm curious to see what is the defensive structure that black will use. Aha, I think I know. It's king f8, rook c7 to protect the pawn. And then maybe at some point you would have to play knight d7. It's not possible because that cuts off the rook. So perhaps there might be some other creative way for black to deal with this. But I'm predicting something like some pressure happening, some defensive setup, and then both sides will try to improve something tactically. I don't know if the bishop can be improved because on c6 it actually looks much better. And knight d5 can be met with bishop g7. So perhaps one of these... Yeah, this is probably in the cards. White definitely has more ideas than black here. So I think white's probably plus 3.3 here. 0.4. I'll check it. 0.6. Okay, there's one idea that I didn't show that the engine shows. Rook e1, rook c7. I was thinking about c4 here, but c3. Now, what the heck is c3, right? Now, this is a thematic move in Sicilians to open up the position to gain an initiative on the queen side. But doing it so early, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought maybe bishop a4 could be a move. It doesn't work tactically because there is this key move. If it weren't for this move, this idea would be very, very good. Very good is actually an overstatement because after this, there's also e5. And I cannot en passant. So maybe this idea is actually flawed in the first place. So perhaps white's lack of ideas. So if they take... Isolating your own pawn. But the idea is to take with the bishop, king f8. This looks fine for black, but now bishop here. Okay, so I think we are coming to the truth of the position. The purpose of c3, I'm going to turn out the engine now, is to trade a pair of rooks and literally gain initiative on the a7 pawn and the queen side in general. And trading the pair of rooks is such a brilliant idea. It is such a high-class idea here. Because if black doesn't trade, then white gets control. This is such a nice idea. Beautiful idea by, I mean, this is amazing. C3, rook C3. This wins control over the queen side, and white can start pressing. There might even be a rook lift. Bishop D4, rook E3, rook A3, pushing the pawns. Very nice. Okay, so we'll see if Arjun Ergaisi will find this beautiful idea with rook E1 and C3. Let's go to the Mamandiaro weighted game. I predicted that the queen will go to H4, and I was wrong. Queen H4 looked very natural to go queen, bishop H6. Queen A4 was played instead. This is kind of strange. Okay, there might be an extreme meta here. Queen A4, castle, queen H4. If that's the case, that'd be extra insane to see such a queen A4 to H4. So let's just, I'm going to check it out. Okay. So queen A4, yes. So queen H4, H6, I believe. Yeah, H6 is the move. There's also some business with queen B6 and knight G4. So if they castle, oh no, queen H4, it's still not that, it's knight C3, but this position is already getting worse for white. So I actually don't know what Mamandiar is doing because I'm trying to justify the queen thing. By the way, this doesn't work. Oh, I should show this. B2's hanging, by the way. But there's even some funny ideas like, I'm just show. There's this idea like knight G4, which loses the game for white. Right? So, the current position, by the way, after a few more moves is castle was played and queen knight C3. Yes, bishop F5. Position seems very hard to handle for white. No center. Queen B6, so black sacrifices a pawn. This seems like a very difficult position to handle for white without any development. And C3. So Mamandiaro is playing fast and trying to put pressure on the clock. I don't know if he's doing this because as a strategy, because when you, oh my goodness. That is a bolt from the blue. Bishop D4. Is this a brilliant move? So I take the bishop. He takes on D5. And it's a trade. Does this weakens the light squares? And the pawn is hanging. Bishop E3. B2 hangs. Then E2 hangs. E3. That softens up everything else. So knight F3 makes the most sense. And then rook D8. Black is for sure going to win the pawn back. And also, I mean, there's so many threats here. Bishop D4 is a shocking move. Guys, does this look nice? Bishop D4. It looks pretty nice. So the point of this move is to trade the dark square bishop for the light square bishop. It's not a normal trade, but it gives black a clear target on D4, plus the light squares are going to be vulnerable. Yeah, I'm going to check the engine to see if bishop D4 is the best move, but it looks really nice. Yeah, bishop d4 and knight d4 are number 1. I didn't check one move. So here there's only one move for white. Actually, I let the audience guess the move. So c takes d4 is a mistake. And then rook d5, black is minus 0.5. But there is one move that actually, apparently it's a 000. Now bishop takes c6 because I think bishop f2 is too much. Yeah, you don't want that. You're losing the... There's one move. Bishop f7, check. Winning a second pawn. Yeah, that's... I missed that. And then rook f7, I'm assuming. For some reason, the engine's saying king f7, but... I don't think I'm going to do king f7. So rook f7. It's the same. It's almost the same. 0.1 extra for this. Okay, fine. I'll do king f7. Let's see. d4. d4, knight d4. And this is... Okay. With... White was up 2 pawns. The king is more vulnerable. This gives white more opportunities to... yeah, white is actually doing very well here. There's still tactics and stuff, though. Rook f7 is much more natural than king f7, so I should just do that. Takes, takes. Takes, takes. So black won 1 pawn back. There's this move, though. There, if you go king g7, there's bishop h6. Check. So go here. Very complicated stuff. But the computer says eval bar is 000. Interesting. Maybe knight d4 was better. So if Mamedyar, I mean, I think he will find bishop f7. So HT is asking, why is Firouzja not playing? That's a very good question. I didn't even know he was not playing. Maybe personal reasons. Hikaru is also not playing. Also probably for personal reasons. So let's move on to completely different. Let's go to the women's section. So I'm going to change it here. This is going to be a little bit change scenes, but it's fine. All right. Hopefully that was such a smooth transition. All right. So we have India versus Kazakhstan. Harika Dronawali playing black against Bibisara Asabayeva. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. And we have e4, e5, Petrov. Wait a second, 94. This is, we learned this as kids that 94 is a little bit suspicious because queen e2 and then knight c6 wins the queen. So the main move, of course, is to play d6. But black can play queen e7. And this is a gambit. I don't know the name of the gambit. Damiano variation according to Lichess database. So takes, don't worry. Black is not losing because you win the piece back. But white can win a pawn after d4. So you have a comment. Hikaru said on stream he's not playing because the Olympiad doesn't count for the candidates. Yeah, but Olympiad is basically for the country. Perhaps the US team is strong enough because Levon is playing. I think there might be other reasons too besides that, Fando. So d4. I had this position in a game I played in 2007. I remember it was an IEM norm tournament. Sorry, 2008. 2008. And I won that game. d5, d5. And this bishop f4. There's also f4 is probably dubious. Bishop b5 and knight c3 are the main line. So, okay. So knight c3 is, I believe this is in the Gregor Gaevsky course on Chessable. So you give back the pawn and you go bishop f4 and you're happy. Knight c3, queen e5, takes. I think I remember reading this thing. It was either bishop f4 or knight b5. I think it was bishop f4 to be honest. And then white is just happy because you have a couple more tempo than black. And this is very easy to remember. So practical, if you play it as black, chat, this is what is in the course. So you might want to prepare against this move. And white is slightly better because bishop d6, maybe knight b5, or not right now because knight f3 is threatened, right? So first you go here, and I think you're threatening this. Apparently, you can play this. Really? That's no good? That's crazy. Interesting ideas, but white is slightly better. And you don't really need to study too much theory here. Anyway, in the game, Bibisara played bishop f4 first. She wants to hold on to the pawn. This invites this crazy line, g5, which is played. f5. So black is going to win the pawn back probably. But there was this queen h5 move, but I'm sure maybe... I don't know what the move after queen h5 would be. Perhaps king f8. Queen h5 was actually playable. Knight c3 is also playable. Bishop e6. So queen h5 was playable maybe a little bit later. Played now. So it's a trade of pawns. Trade of queens. So I think that Bibisara was maybe familiar, not so familiar with the line because she started thinking around here. So Harika played a slightly dubious line in order to surprise white. But white seems to have found all the right moves and enjoys a better position, but not that much better. Slightly better. So that is the situation here. Okay. Let's go to the second board. Vaishali, Prague's older sister. And this is a Najdorf, I think. Yes, it is a Najdorf. Queen d3. So we were mentioning yesterday with Eric that they play everything and anything against Najdorf. But this one is... I think if I saw this as black, I would laugh. But if I knew that a GM was playing it, I wouldn't laugh. I would be concerned. So it really depends on the rating of the opponent that you would be pleased or not pleased. Trying to understand this move actually. It doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me, Queen d3. Maybe someone can help me out here because I don't understand this move. Okay, for reference, Queen d3 has been played. Lichess database doesn't even show it as a move. So less than 1%. Less than 1% of the games have been played with Queen d3. Yeah, this feels so awkward because, you know, Queen is just being hit. It wants to go somewhere.
Knight d5. Okay, so white is already pressing on the queen side after this move b5, and very well prepared. Here. Trade. Queen a3. I think it was just surprise value, honestly, this opening that she played. But it seems to have worked out. White has some initiative on the queen side. I mean, look at that pawn on a6. It's vulnerable forever. And now, queen a5, trading queens makes sense because the endgames are actually pretty good for white now. So I see a comment in chat. Queen d3 was played by Magnus in some rare occasions. Yeah, Magnus has tried everything. But if he tries something, it must be at least decent. But he has played suboptimal lines before, but they're not dubious. So black avoids the trade. And white prepares that rook lift. Although I'm a little... Yeah, this actually is to prevent knight b3, because I would prioritize castling before doubling the rooks, of course. But... as we can see, white is actually completely fine with trading minor pieces and just leaving the... especially trading knights and then just trying to play against the pawns. So I see a comment in my chat. We are broadcasting on my Twitch as well as Lichess. So hi to my chat as well. 96. And I think we're going to see castle. So I think Vaishali is quite happy with the opening, how it turned out. And she must be better here. Normally, you don't want to see an e-pawn as your view if you're a bishop. Although I must say that c3 is also not a great view. And YouTube as well. Yes, exactly. We're broadcasting on YouTube, so hi YouTube. So this position is probably like plus 0.5 or something. 0.1. Apparently knight f4 is a pretty good resource for black. Okay, so black is fine. And let's look at another game. Divya Deshmukh playing black against Xenia Balabaeva. And this is a Caro-Kann, maybe? No, it's not a Caro-Kann. It's London. But as we know, when they take on d4, it becomes Caro-Kann-esque. And I was mentioning how e6 is not really something that black wants. But long term, this is terrible for black. But knight h5, I had this position as white against IM. Game was a draw. This is an interesting line. Well prepared by Divya here. The point is to actually win the bishop pair, win the diagonal. Knight f4 is happening. So black gets play. Black gets play. As we can see. So long term, the position was bad for black. So black is trying to hit the bishop, tactically gain some other edges. And the bishop on d7 is terrible, but maybe it will find life like this. Never know. Now this is interesting. One thing to educational thing, when someone hits your pawn like this on the light squares, you should consider playing g6 instead of h6, because especially if you have a dark bishop, right? Because easily this is how you blunt the opponent's pieces and you complement your bishop. So when the h7 pawn is attacked, h6 is oftentimes played, but strongly consider g6 if there are no way for the opponent to take advantage of the dark squares. And here there isn't. So this was a threat. Rook c8 was nasty because this move would be bad for white to lose that bishop. Queen b1 stops it. It's a little passive. White is playing this in a kind of a cookie cutter way, just doubling on the e-file. My feeling here is that White really doesn't know what they're doing in terms of a clear plan. So White just doubled on the e-file. It's not a bad move, but what is the next thing for White? It just stacked up to e6. I don't see like a continuation of this. So Divya is actually asking the same question. I'm going to improve on my queen side. Maybe play against the c3 pawn. What are you going to do with your rooks on e2 and e1? Show me your plan. I'm not going to interrupt you. You can do whatever you want here. So White prophylaxis with a3, of course, because a3 might have been an actual threat. It would weaken c3. However, every pawn move has a consequence. So like knight a5, b3 is vulnerable. But maybe not a big deal. So current position is here. I prefer Black's position. There's a comment in chat, when will I be an IM finally? I hope soon. I just need to play some tournaments and be more consistent. I'm very close. I just need 33 rating points. So wish me luck, guys. I think I'll play a tournament in November. And Fabi's playing it too, US Masters. Because I think that tournament qualifies for the FIDE Grand Prix. So I'm going to play that one. Going to the fourth board. India versus Kazakhstan. We have King's Indian. Bishop g4 line. I actually play this on my streams a lot. So this is actually curious how this would go. h3. Now that one, yeah, bishop d7 is what I've seen. Bishop f3, I have not seen. Okay, so this is actually an idea. Black is happy to trade, allow b4 if the knight goes to d4. So both players probably kind of got what they wanted, but Black should be happy with the knight on d4. Black just sacrificed this pawn, by the way. Are they okay with it because knight f3 damages the position? Queen h4? Yeah, I believe so. I think Black should be fine here. Black should be fine here. Apparently the best move was queen b7. Cold-blooded. So you can defend this. Takes. Queen h4, king h2. King g2, actually. There's nothing here. So perhaps knight d3 was a mistake. Queen a8 was better. Interesting. It's not as scary as it looks. Okay, so we have a comment that says Vietnam board 4 is fireworks. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. So the board 4 Vietnam match is... It's not Min Lei's game. It's another Min. Tuan Minh Tran versus Grandmaster Simon Gumularts. Okay. And you were not kidding. This is kind of weird, the position. So let's go from the beginning. English. So Gumulart's game is the fourth bottom right camera, I believe. English with c6. This can be contrasted with an Alapin variation. reverse colors. Queen b6. Now I think there's knight c3 and knight b2. Knight c2. a5. Pretty annoying. How does white deal with this? d3. I hadn't seen a blitz game before this position. And I think bishop b4 check. If bishop d2, I don't know if e3 is a move there. Yeah, I think bishop d2 is a mistake. It was e3. Or something like that. No? e3, fe3 is actually okay. So the move is a4 first. A4 is actually quite annoying. And then e3. You make the knight passive first. So this can be dangerous. That's why white played knight c3 instead, of course. a4 anyway. Bishop e3 getting the tempo. Okay, so to summarize this game, black is going a little bit anti-positional, but making threats in the opening because white's development was quite slow. Now white is willing to maybe sacrifice a pawn or something in some positions to get and focusing on the lead in development. Very tactical. From what I see, black is playing with fire here. Black is playing with fire here because black is not falling behind in development. Their queen is exposed. So as I said before, white is okay with sacrificing a pawn and completely focusing on their lead in development. So this is actually a dangerous game that Minh Tuan is playing here. So rook a3 is the next move. Attacking the knight. So I need to save the knight. So knight b5 is possible. Seems like the most logical move. Then rook a2, winning another pawn. But this is hanging. Uh-oh. How is this really bad for black? I'm going to check with the computer because I think this is really bad for black. Yeah, plus 2.6. Black played with fire. Didn't develop his pieces. A3 was actually reversal of roles. Who is attacking who now after rook b1? The rook open file is supercharged by the bishop on e3. And the lead in development, knight b5. Probably this idea was missed by black. And black has no choice but to lose an exchange or more after this. And the position is so strong, the best move is to castle. Why? Because there's queen is also in danger. There's just too many things going on. Even knight d6, but I think I'd take the exchange, to be honest. So it's only been moved 12. And black is already losing. So quite a disaster for Team Vietnam here. Let's look at Minh Le's game. Minh is a famous streamer, of course. Let's see how he's doing. I've been rated by Minh many times, and we rated him too. Thank you, T Street. Says I'm looking good today. Thank you. All right. So here we go. I'm checking both chats, by the way. We have Nimzo Indian in Minh's game. E3. This is the Rubinstein variation, I believe. Lichess calls it normal line. That is the most normal line is not really helpful name. but I believe it's called the Rubinstein variation, e3. Bishop d2. Now, this is a newer sort of move. It used to be considered harmless, but it has a lot of venom in it. The idea is to put pressure on the c file, and sometimes the play quickly switches to a stonewall attack. So notice that white is not committing the bishop so that dc4 is discouraged. And white is intending to also discourage c5 as well, I believe. Yeah, after b6 they take. This is a very typical combination of moves. Once b6 is played, then you take, because the bishop is kind of stuck on b7. And c6 Carlsen structure is no longer possible because c6 is just a weakening move now. So black is committed to the queenside fianchetto, so cd5 is very well timed. So black normally goes for the hanging pawn structure with c5, but first black can shore up the position. Rook e8, intending a3, bishop f8 perhaps. And now the aforementioned knight e5, f4 idea is happening. There we go. Because this happened to me in one of the tournaments I played in 2021. I did get almost a GM norm in that tournament, I remember, and one of the games I won was against this setup. I remember this f4 was played against me. I'm not sure if it's a particular order, but I remember I played c5, and my opponent played. There was some couple of strange moves there. There was a knight g4 at some point, but I don't know how that even happened. But it was I remember that I played theory for about 20 moves, and I didn't even know the theory after 10 moves. So I was very happy that I was able to find those ideas. Okay, bishop a6. That seems like a very logical idea, because that bishop is very dangerous. It does sideline the knight, but long term, good news for black. Okay, bishop e1 is a typical stonewall idea, because once the bishop goes to h4, even the pawn on d5 becomes a problem. So why did black take on d4? I think the reason is this gives more open lines for black. And fixes the structure. So temporarily, white is a bit more aggressive than black. I mean, the knight on e5 gives me the impression that white is playing for the initiative here, and maybe is better. a3, that is a slow move, a little surprising. So it seems to me that black was going for that queen trade, and white didn't want to allow it. So let's kind of evaluate this position. You're welcome, and everybody. I see some new people in the chat for Lichess. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Feel free to ask any questions about anything chess related, of course. Here, the position. Should we do guess the eval? Let's do guess the eval. All right. So I'm going to do the work. We have no engines so far. You can tell me what you think. So white has this, material is equal, of course. White has this amazing knight on e5. It is not a permanent outpost, because at some point f6 would kick out the knight. Now black also has a nice square. It's been covered. Knight on c7 is quite passive. These squares are kind of vulnerable. Pawn on d5 is a little vulnerable. So white has a little bit more space. Optically, white does seem better. Now, what kind of tactical resources does black have here? So knight e4 is an idea, for example. It can't even be played right now because knight takes e4 and queen f7 is losing. And I want to add one more nice little trick. After queen f7, there is this queen e8 move, just for show. Like everything wins, of course, but this is a nice move. And then you take this queen. So, it's good to have this idea. Not that you're already winning though. So knight e4 isn't feasible. I see in the chat knight e6, rook d8, and b5. Not sure about b5, but rook d8, definitely is a move. Knight e6, yes. This is a good plan. Try to press this and protect this. But it's not an aggressive plan. So therefore, I think white is at least slightly better. Point 0.6. I believe 0.6 is my answer. Possibly rook. I think I like 96. I like 96. Rook d1. Can you go 96, rook d1, and then 94? Not really, because d5 hanging. So 96, rook d1, rook d8 potentially. Still, black is playing defense. Yeah, 0.5, 0.6. 0.2. There is a resource here that we didn't consider. b5 in this position. That's the best move according to the engine. So literally to play b4. Wow. Yeah, nice. One person mentioned this idea, b5. So it's a pawn sack. Kind of a pawn sack. So let's turn the engine on. So knight b5 is just equality because of queen b6. That is an amazing move. Okay, so let's do something normal for white, like rook c1, b4, just shoving it in there, and then trade of queens happens, and then this happens as well, and then we transform the position, knight g4, and it's about equal, but looks slightly better for white. But maybe the pawn structure is not as important because black has activity now. So interesting. I'm going to be... I mean, b5 is a very strong move. No, Mateusz Bartel can possibly fight this. We'll see. It's easy to miss a move like this, but if you're pushed to the brink, when every move is bad except b5, then you play b5. You're kind of forced to find it. So if black doesn't have an easy alternative here, then Bartel will find this move. So, fourth board, Vietnam is losing. This game still around equal. Is 96 that much worse? Good question. Oh, there's a move that we missed. This is winning for white, apparently. It's a sudden nightmare. Oh my gosh. Takes. It's all tactical. Then this. And then this. And +2. +2 seems excessive. Knight c7? Am I reading this right? Oh my lord. Do you guys see this move? Knight c7? Idea is rook c7, bishop f6, and queen g3. Okay, wow. Amazing tactic. Amazing tactic. That's a really good angle of attack. Stockfish 17 Lichess has, and just finds all these ideas. But let's try. What if I just move my rook? The knight d5, of course. This hangs. This rook hangs. So If you play knight e6, you lose instantly. This and it's completely forced. Knight here, and then all that stuff. So a6 might be the second best move. Yes, it is. Yeah, a6 and knight e6 is fine. a6, rook d1, b5 here would be good, of course. No, but first rook d8 because I need to protect this pawn. Yeah, so this could happen in the game. Yeah, just it's surprising how dangerous the position got. So we might also say that bishop a6 has its pluses, but it definitely is not like a cure-all move, because those weaknesses on c6, they can definitely the position is rook a3. They can definitely strike you at any moment. Do we have Min's camera? Yeah. Min's camera, I think it's bottom left. Let me just check that, because does that look like Min's camera? I can see it. Min is not at the board. Yeah, bottom left. Sorry. No. Letuan Min. Okay, sorry. This is bottom left. Huh? Yeah, correct. It is bottom left. He's just not at the board. And Wojtaszek is top right, and Duda is top left. Okay, great. Maybe went to the bathroom or something. It's a long game. Speaking of bathroom, I think I've been commentating for 2 hours now. This is a perfect time to take a break. So you guys don't go anywhere. When I come back, feel free to have a list of games that you want me to check first. Okay. I'm going to switch it to the first board. And we're going to go on break soon, a 10-minute break. So we'll be back. Thank you for watching. See you soon.
Oh, it switched already. Okay. So welcome back, everybody, to the 5th round of the commentary. And I have a request in chat to look at the Germany-Sweden board. So that's what we're going to do now. As soon as I can find it. Anna Kramling and Pia Kramling playing for Sweden. There it is. Okay, let's look at Anna's game first. Let's look at Pia's game first. There we go. Thank you. So we have Dinara Wagner playing against, of course, the famous Pia Kramling. Hopefully the scene switches. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Megalodon. Nice to have you here as well. We have a question in chat. Is there a country that I'm rooting for? No, I don't have a horse in this race, to be honest. And I think as a commentator, I'm supposed to be unbiased. So I think I do have some favorite players, of course. I love watching Magnus play, Fabi play, rooting for some of the streamers that I know who play as well. For example, Min Lei. But I don't have a horse in this race. Okay. So I do have a bishop in the race. That's correct, though. Or I don't have a queen in the race, though. Let's look at this game anyway. We have Pia playing the Queen's Gambit declined. And the Knight BD7 thing again. Everybody's playing Knight BD7. Okay, CD5. This has happened so many times now. And H3. Okay, this is new. H3 move. I believe the idea is to preserve the bishop in many lines. But seems a little bit early to play H3. And Pia goes for the bishop pair already with Knight F8. G6. This is actually a very important maneuver. Good to know this. The idea of this move is to put the knight on G7 and bishop F5 because the bishop on C8 is a piece that really doesn't have a nice home. And knight G7 is standard move because even if white plays bishop D3, black plays bishop F5. I had this idea against John Bartholomew in a GM Norm tournament in Minnesota in 2017. And the game ended in a draw. And I remember I did the same idea there. And I believe in that tournament, Andrew Tang was playing and Wesley So was at the opening ceremony. Fun fact. Let me tell the story. Wesley So in that tournament was the inaugural move. And he came to my board and played F4 as the first move. I have a photo of that moment, and I took it back. But he played F4 in the first move as a joke. Or maybe he was telling me to play F4. But that was funny. I think Wesley actually sponsored part of the tournament as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's very nice of him to do. He lives in Minnesota as well. Okay. That tournament was canceled because of COVID and stuff. I think the last event was 2019. Anyway, sorry. I think we were here. G6. Bishop D3, Knight G7, as mentioned earlier. Plan is this. So this explains White's next move, doesn't it? White is so confident in her position that G4, the aggressive move, disallowing this move bishop F5 is played. So White is confident that the weaknesses created by this move is not a big deal. Is White trying to castle queenside? Yes. Here. And guys, I don't really know much about Pia Kramling's style, but I think I watched a YouTube video of Anna's parents playing each other, and from what I remember, their explanation of their style was that Anna's dad is the attacking player
and Pia is the more positional player. Now, I could be wrong on this. If you guys know the styles or saw that video of them playing each other, it's a lot of millions of views. It's kind of fun to see that it's dynamic. Is Pia an attacking player or a positional player? I don't know, but definitely white is trying to attack here. F6. Now that is a move played out of necessity, probably. Because maybe white is trying to play F4, F5, and black sees this coming and preemptively decides to clarify the situation in the center. But if you play F4, what is the response for black? Is it F5? That's kind of crazy. But the reason that Pia played this move is that black has the tempo to deal with F4. But does black need to do anything right now? It's hard for me to tell. I'm going to turn the engine on here because I'm not sure. Because I think we need to know this. It's a critical thing to see how do you respond to F4. Do you ignore it? Play rook C8, C5? Do you play F5? Shut it down? My gut feeling is that F5 is the move here. Because it's not so easy for white to get the knight to E5. So let's see. The engine says, by far, the best move here is F5, giving black a 0.7 advantage. The second best move is bishop here, which pins the pawn. And rook C8, F5, white is +1. Okay, and then after takes, interestingly, the best move is king B1. So the pin is so strong that you don't even need to take it immediately. So good to know. So we can see that the explanation behind F6 is now, F6 is a very good move because you can react to F4 with F5. And this move was indeed played out of necessity. Now, F4, it would be a bad move because it walks into black's idea of playing F5. Instead, white is 0.5 better and should try to attack in a different manner. King B1 played. And I believe white is trying to take a more flexible approach here, preventing any tricks on the C file and deciding how exactly is white going to attack. And this is a very important question. Is the idea to play F3, H4, H5? This is a very reminiscent of the Yugoslav attack. I don't know. I'll check with the engine again because I don't see any other plan, but maybe there's some surprising ideas. Let's try to come up with some more. So this one, and then... No, it's not preparation. Someone in the chat saying, no way, because we can see from the timer that it's not prep. The prep was done about here. Because what Pia did is a little bit rare to put the knight so fast. So both players were, I think Pia is the first one to actually be out of book after H3. So. And we have bishop D6. I was wondering again, what is the idea? So I'm going to make a move here. I'm going to make a rook C8. And yes, it is indeed F3 with the idea of H4, guys. This is a very dangerous plan. And black's idea of playing C5 to open up the C file, perhaps this is insufficient because it also weakens the position. And I think on top of that, C5 doesn't even have a big threat. Can I go like queen H2 here? Possibly. You don't need to do that. It's a little artificial. You could take. Bishop takes. And you can try to win the pawn. So white can actually take a multi-pronged approach here and not just attack, but if C5 happens, white can try to focus on winning the D5 pawn. So black is without any clear breaks. B5, B4 is not that amazing because I have knight A4. So H4. f5 is the best move. So it shows how desperate the position is. There's also knight to f4. Yeah. And e4, somebody's pointed out in chat that e4 is a move. Yes. And I have a raid, by the way. Thank you so much for the raid, Rain Music. Welcome in, guys. We're doing commentary for the Olympiad, which is like the chess Olympics, with teams all over the world playing for the glory, of course. So thank you very much. Stick around if you're chess fans. Appreciate you guys being here. So right now we're looking at the Germany versus Sweden match. And we're also going to look at the Magnus game soon, because Magnus is playing for Norway team. Yes. I'm doing great, Rain Music. Thank you for asking. So I'm streaming on YouTube, my Twitch channel, and the official Lichess channel. So it's hard for me to look at all the chats. I'm trying my best. But one of the mods in my chat could link the Lichess, so they can watch it on Lichess as well. Yes, do I have a silver button in the background? I do. I do have a YouTube channel. And if you like puzzles, yeah, you can look at it if you like. So let's go back to the commentary here with this position. So it was e4 an idea as well. I mean, let's just play the move and see what happens. I think h4 is more dangerous, but yeah, you can play either one. So it seems like, Pia's position is slightly worse because the king is unsafe, but she's doing a good job here with bishop d6, trying to defend and trade off the pieces before it gets bad. So trading is the best strategy here. Now let's look at Pia's daughter, Anna Kramling. I think Anna might be streaming this on her Twitch, actually. So how is Anna doing? I played Anna in a Chess 960 match in Utah last year. That was really fun. We did a challenge. I mean, it was just for fun, the match. I believe if I won the game... No, we had to do a dance or something to lose her. That was pretty funny. And we did another fun stream match with Anna where she had to sing a song if I won. And I had 1 minute, she had 5 minutes, and I think I won that match. So we both sang a song. I think it was Let It Go by Let It Go, Let It Go. So that was on stream. That was really fun. I think I have the video, but it's not on YouTube. I should have made Anna sing ABBA. For sure. That was a missed opportunity. Maybe Winner Takes It All or Mamma Mia. Anyway, we have this position. The time enough? E5. Sorry, this is the 4 knights actually, isn't it? This is the 4 knights, not the time enough. The time enough was without the knights on f6. So 4 knights Sicilian doesn't have a good reputation because of this particular line. E5, knight d5. These squares are so vulnerable that black's position is quite artificial here. Now, the way to make this work for black is to do this maneuver with queen c7, f4, queen b6. Because c4 is a dangerous move for the knight. It runs out of good spaces. But now, I think c4 can be met with knight e3. Sorry, first bishop b... I'm going to actually check this because I don't remember. I think it's bishop here because bishop d2, there's queen e3 check. Yeah, both are fine. So that's why c4 is the main move, and after check, I think king e2, and this is a crazy variation where, according to engines, white is slightly better. Don't ask me how or why, because it's strange position. The king actually goes to f3 in many positions, and Knight moves away. Very complicated stuff. But seems like Anna's opponent played a3, trying to keep the game calmer. a5. Don't understand that move, actually. Maybe to play... I don't understand that move, actually. Knight e3. Maybe to prevent b4 at some point. Yeah, this is one of those openings where a lot of chess principles are broken in favor of concrete lines, and this is a very dangerous tightrope to walk. I don't recommend newer players to play any lines like this with either color, because you're just... This is like too weird, even for grandmasters to understand. And I've seen so many games where you memorize some line that makes no sense to you, and either you mix it up or they play something slightly offbeat, and you're stuck with the crazy position that you don't know what's going on, and you just lose the game without even understanding what happened. So be careful when you enter lines like this that makes no sense to you. Okay, so they're still following theory. This has been played before, and a4 is the first move of the game. So it seems to me that white actually got a good position. So I hope Anna knows this. Yeah, we have a comment in chat. If you mix it up, don't get mixed up yourself. Okay. So white sacrifices a pawn. By the way, there's a difference in rating. WGM versus WFM. So big title difference. WGM is around 20, around like 2300, 2400 strength, around there. And WFM, I believe, is 2000. So there's a 300, 400 point difference. I don't know their actual ELO in this game, but Anna is definitely the underdog here. Wait, am I reading this right? Anna only has 30 seconds. Hold on, we had to check this. So she took the pawn. She took another pawn. And I don't know if this... Yeah, guys, this is what I was saying earlier. You play a weird line, your opponent plays something different. And I think Anna was so confused. She took a 15-minute think for this move. This is exactly what I was talking about. You play something where you break all the principles and then you're on your own. So I think a4 is already a mistake. She took 15 minutes for that move, and now she can't castle. White threatens mate in 1. She had to go up her queen. She has to go up her queen? Because... Queen h5? Is that possible? There's no mate or anything. Queen b8 looks like mate, but actually king c7 is not mate. But I think queen h5, there must be a reason. Queen b6 looks good. And then king e7. And then queen c5. That looks like dangerous. Still, giving up the queen though, that's just like giving up the game. She only has one bishop for the... Yeah, she only has one bishop. So it's already over. Anna's completely lost. But honestly, let's just try to find out what the idea is. After queen h4, I don't know why the eval bar just came on. Oh, the game is over. So Lichess is automatically analyzing this game. So Anna resigned, unfortunately. Tough game for her. And the premonition came true. If you're going to play this dubious... If you're going to play a line like this where it breaks all the opening principles, you just have to know it really, really well. And this was too risky. And a4 was the first mistake, and probably this ends the game. Because white brutally punished black for not developing their pieces. But let's find out what happens after queen h5. Okay, so it's not queen b8. It's queen b6 probably. And then queen c5. And then threatening all kinds of knight jumps. But I don't see a clear mate here. Yeah, but this looks devastating. Oh, even better. Bishop a3 maybe. The queen there is great. Yeah, it's just king is just too vulnerable. Yeah, queen b6 is the best move, +4. I'm just checking right now. And the best move here is rook f2. Not queen c5. Queen c5, queen h2. Black boldly walks into the disco. And there is no win for white here. So white should just play rook f2 and just chill. And black has no moves. Yeah, bishop a3 is also fine, but I think the engine's saying that you should just chill and play like... Oh, f5 was great too, actually. f6 and so on and so forth. Bishop a3. The thing is, no knight moves actually game over. So you need to include more pieces. Yeah. Queen b8 is not a mate because king c7. It would be nice if it was mate. But no, king c7 and white is losing now. Okay. So, yes, we have a comment in my chat. Should I stuck with the pizza rule? Exactly. When I teach kids, I say, you know, you got to think of the chessboard like a pizza. Where's the good stuff in the pizza? Is it the crust? You guys like the crust or you like the middle? So try to control this part, the cheese and the pepperoni or whatever you like topping. What toppings do you like, guys? You put the toppings, the main toppings are here. Don't eat the crust. Try to focus on the middle. And you have a tasty game, right? So white got most of the cheese and then all the good stuff here. And black played too much maybe on the side. And this knight, all the center control just helped white win the game. And this is at the title player level. What if the crust has cheese in it? Not good enough. Someone likes pineapples. What is the best topping actually? Chicago deep dish pizza still works. Yes. I don't eat the crust. Chicago is very famous for where I live. Very famous. Some people even say that Chicago pizza isn't pizza. It's like a pie or lasagna because it's stacked. I don't know. But yeah, a knight on d6. Look at this knight and tell me how much it's worth. A knight is usually worth 3 points, but this knight, it's in this position, the knight is worth at least a rook, and probably this knight is close to worth a queen even. Honestly, that's how bad it is for black, because it's leading to mate. At least a rook. No, the knight's worth the queen here. That's how good it is. So, because it shuts down all the pieces. Let's move on. I want to go to the Magnus Carlsen game. We have to. So bear with me, guys. I want to change the scene. All right. The #1 player in the world by rating and probably the greatest player of all time, which could be Kasparov. I think Magnus thinks it's Kasparov, but people think it's Magnus, and Kasparov thinks it's Magnus. But maybe it's Kasparov. Anyway. If Magnus wins the World Championship 2 more times, then it's Magnus. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to. But let's see. I think the most dominant, even if you look at the short term, it's Fischer, the most dominant world champion. The most dominant over a long-term period is Kasparov, because he fought like 2 or 3 generations worth of players and still kept number 1. And just by chess moves itself, it's Magnus. His moves are the best quality. So we have best quality, best player, Magnus. Most gap was Fischer, because he was just so much better than everybody else by a huge margin. And by the longest reigning and good moves, Kasparov. I think that's probably a pretty fair statement. You guys can tell me I'm wrong if you want. And we were at this position in the Magnus game. After knight b5, I said that Magnus is okay with this position because the 2 bishops, but white is solid. And we also mentioned that the best way to try to get Magnus is to go for his king, but this position doesn't allow for that kind of attack to happen. Or does it? Uh-oh, maybe it does. Yilmaz just went for the king, literally and figuratively. He did the Stonewall formation. Yilmaz is definitely taking the advice that we just gave, right? He's going for the king. G4. Oh my goodness, this game is spicing up. So white went all in. And let's just recap the previous moves. Here, Magnus trying to attack the center, but white is really going all in. And this is quite dangerous because the only thing holding Magnus's king alive is this knight. Otherwise, queen c2 is a knockout because knight takes g6. And what does g4 do? g5. Displaces the knight. And then we see that thing again. And this knight takes d5 would have been a threat too. That's why Magnus shores it up with bishop b7. And I think the knight has to go here because it would block that entire idea, right? But the only thing that's helping, yeah, this is definitely the way to play against Magnus. Definitely. Go for his king. Queen c7 played. And look at the times. They're about equal. Okay. I would definitely be a little bit scared as black here. Welcome into my chat as well. Hi, thank you, Madakadon. So let's try to understand this position a bit more. I am uncomfortable as black if I would be black here. I wish we had the camera feed. I tried to set it up, guys. I tried for 1 hour along with Dominic to try to get the Magnus cam and the other cameras. Somehow it wasn't showing up. We only have access to the first 4 boards, although there are cameras on Magnus's game. And it hasn't happened yet. I'm actually going to check really quickly, if you guys don't mind, to see if I'm just going to play roulette here and see if the camera comes up magically. No. Yeah, we don't. It's black. So something happened with that there. Okay. I just want to see the body language here for Magnus. Okay, let's try to find some moves now. I'm going to turn on the engine at some point to confirm. So what is white's next move? What is black's idea here? So here, queen c2, G5 is the most obvious move, of course. Let's just analyze this because this gives us some sort of a framework for the entire position. So just G5. I don't think so. Black can take the pawn and then take back. This opens the rook and the queen. There's an intermezzo here with bishop takes e5. And I don't know what's happening. Then I can even do this move. That looks really bad for Magnus, actually. So he's not going to do that. He's going to go here instead. And now, should Yilmaz take the knight? I believe he should. But with what piece? Let's say the knight. And Magnus is holding it together. There's moves like queen b5, queen f5 here. I don't know. I don't like Magnus' position. So a g5 is just a natural move. I'm probably missing a tactic here for black. What if Magnus doesn't take and just plays knight e4? Because sometimes you just let them take. So let's do this again. Takes. Yeah, this also looks, I mean, you don't want to allow this because there's f5 ideas, although f5 here may not work. There's a question in chat, why not queen h4 and not take the knight on e4? At what point? In this position? Perhaps. Okay. Sorry to check my phone to see if it was a technical tech support for Lichess. Yeah, queen h4 first possible as well. Yeah, you're right. I don't have to take the knight. It's just that I want the tempo because queen h4 gives the tempo back to black. Guys, I think g5 is very dangerous. You know, I would play g5 if I was Yilmaz and then just let Magnus decide. Just let Magnus decide how to deal with this. And I'm going to turn the engine on, guys. And before I take the engine on, y'all tell me what do you think the engine is going to say? Like what move is he going to say and what the eval is going to be. I'm going to say eval plus white is better and g5 is the move. But plus what exactly? hg5, fg. So this is the position we're talking about. 94. And then queen h4 here. So, but then queen h4 here I can take. So maybe takes queen f5. I think we had to protect the knight. So that's why I want queen f5. And then rook c8 maybe. e8, I'm sorry. Somehow I can put it together, perhaps. Plus 0.5. Okay, let's find out. Apparently, it's equal. Okay, so there is a flaw in the analysis here. So let's find out what the flaw is. g5. I'm missing something very simple maybe. No, g5 is 000. So it takes. Okay, so knight e4 is +2. White is winning. Because of bishop e4 and knight g4 followed by some sort of sack. Oh my lord. Oh my goodness. You just sack everything and this is mate? Yeah. Okay. So I dismissed bishop takes e5 here because I thought that white can play gf6. And gf6 is considered as equal. I saw queen f5. I thought Magnus resigns here. I saw this position. What am I missing? I thought black resigns because g6 I can take the bishop. Oh, he just moves the rook? You gotta be kidding me. Can you just move the rook and say it's fine? This is humanly so scary. So you just move rook e8 or rook d8. Rook e8 is the only move that's rook d8 is bad. No, rook d8 is also fine apparently. Rook e8, check here. Rook f6. I just thought this is so crushing, but I didn't really think too deep into allowing queen h7. Apparently, white is losing unless you play this move, and it's a draw. What? Okay, this looks fine for black now. Okay, I have an update. So, but g5 definitely going for the king was dangerous. Takes, bishop takes, queen f5, rook e8. I can't do this one, right? 94. So maybe white saw this line, but it just shows that making Magnus walk that tightrope. See how much more uncomfortable is it for black to face this. So white goes h4. Someone says the best chess stream of September. Oh, thank you very much. You guys like the commentary. I appreciate that. We're trying to find the truth in the position, both using our human brains and the engine as well at some point. So h4 played. Hello everyone on Lichess, on Twitch, and also hello YouTube. I'm not checking the YouTube chat as much because I have only the monitor is filled with chat and my video to see the video feeds open, so there's only room for so many chats on the screen. But I can pull up YouTube on my phone and check the chat there too. But h4, let's see. What is the idea of h4? Just to play at g5. Now let's contrast that with so Twitch chat is saying that YouTube chat is they're better than the YouTube chat. Interesting. They said if I go to YouTube, I'm never coming back. It's point of no return. Really. g5. So contrasting that with g5, the problem with g5 was that the f pawn, which I thought was a nice thing to open the f file, the bishop e5 move does. Just trying to have fun. Don't worry. No, we're not starting a flame war. No. So here, h4 is intended to prevent this, but it is very slow. So does Magnus have a good move here to slow down this wave of attack? He does have one free move here. Yep, 94, very logical. So my instinct tells me that Magnus has enough resources now. I wonder if he wants to play like g5, h5. I think he's fine. Yeah, 000. So just to give you a variation here. So take G5. I'm just going to give you a variation. G5. Oh, you ignore it. It's not H5. No, H5 is fine too. But you ignore it apparently. With Rook D8. Okay, that's a little surprising because what is the response for G8-6? Just G8-6. Maybe the hunter becomes the hunted. I think it's because the bishop on B1 is shut out of play. So you can actually allow this. It is such a delicate balance though to know when do you let them take you versus when do you close it. And this one tempo to clarify the situation in the center gives black that flexibility. Yeah, but if white plays like Queen H, King H1, let's say Rook D8, and then some other move. Remember, you don't want to play King H1 if CD. This is going to be tables are turning, right? You can't play King H1 because after CD, then black wins the game. So the center being not stable actually is a huge problem. So I don't think that Mustafa can do anything here. So I believe after H4, which is a mistake. Mistake is too strong of a word. Sorry, it's not a mistake. It's just that Magnus' position is resilient enough to hold the attack. It's a bit slow though. Yeah, so Magnus is doing fine. In fact, I would say that the danger level is actually increasing for white because their attack is going to be not as successful. And if it's not successful, then Magnus will make a counterattack in the center or the king. So yeah, 94 played, by the way. So this is turning in the direction to black now. Even though the engine says it's 000, this is starting to become a little dicey for white. Yes, I think this game is very likely to be not a draw. Somebody's going to win. If I had to bet on it, I think that Magnus is the favorite here because the position is stabilized and he has more time than white with 21 moves to go. And Magnus, basically, essentially, it's a rapid game. And Magnus actually, when it comes to rapid chess, he might be better than classical. Because like the difference between Magnus and everyone else is probably the greatest in rapid time control. Because blitz can be a bit of a hit or miss, and classical is all prep. Magnus in rapid is like insanely good because he played Fabiano in the World Championship 3-0. He won it. He won against Karyakin, rapid. I think he also went 3-0, right? So in rapid, it's even worse than classical because the opening is not as important. Although, I mean, here the opening is done. In general, he's just so strong. Yes, Illustrious says, Yilmaz is taking my advice to attack Magnus as king. He did try, yes. But I think Magnus, of course, he's also good every phase of the game. He was able to defend. But it was really a try, though, because one mistake, one miscalculation from Magnus, and this game is over. That diagonal of the file. Magnus is strongest in blitz. He might be, but blitzes, again, you can blunder easily. But rapid, it's kind of like that precise point where there's no blunders, but so the better player has more consistency, right? So that's why I brought up the World Championship tiebreaks. I think Magnus also won the World Cup on tiebreaks. Correct me if I'm wrong, but all the rapid tiebreaks, he's been winning it. And we have g5. This we predicted. And I was thinking h5, but from analysis, we concluded that rook d8, ignoring the g-pawn, is actually very strong, because if you take, suddenly white becomes attacked, and also the c takes d4 opens up the diagonal. So rook d8 is the best move. And this position is now completely fine for black, and probably more. And that's what we have. All right, I think we should go back and check the games with the cameras. We're going to go to board 1, India versus Azerbaijan. Okay, the cameras should switch. There it is. And this game, I think last time we checked, Gukesh was +1 with this position. Aiden made a kind of a blunder in the opening. So a slight mistake. And we have this position. So the reason why Gukesh's position is better, he has a rook and 2 pawns for 2 bishops. Now, that is actually fine for black materially, but king is open and the center control is for white. Now, Gukesh has to use this advantage, especially the king being open, with some precise moves. Was he able to do it? Okay, so black is stabilizing a little bit, keeping his king safe. Gukesh maneuvers the knight to a better square, although it's a little bit slow. He wins the bishop pair back from black. Black is trying to stabilize the game completely and create some sort of a fortress. Oh, c5. That's... I don't know what to make of that move. I think he's fighting... He's fighting for that knight e5. And he's also fighting to... So Gukesh is like, fine, you can have e5, but I'm going to close your bishop and I'm going to put my rook on e6. So Soleimani said, I want to get e5, but I also want to keep my bishop open, but my pawns are vulnerable. So Gukesh is like, okay, try me. I'll play rook e4. Another interesting point here, rook c4, it was a pawn sack. I believe this is baiting white into taking this, so black has time to put a blockade. Oh, sorry, that didn't mean as a mouse slip. Blockade the position. So if you look at the material count, it is white has 2 pawns already, but they're kind of blockaded, and black is okay to giving up this pawn if black can get the knight to e5. I think even that position is probably better for white, but Gukesh, I believe, wants it all. He wants to win the pawn, and he wants rook e6. So is Gukesh trying to go queen e2 and queen takes c4? I think yes. And black is busted. Yeah. Black is busted here. Because knight f7, rook e6. You move the queen, I have f6 at least. And I'm crashing through. a4 is a very nice move. Because this kills black's hopes and dreams. Yeah. Probably +2 or something here. +3. a4 is +3. Rook c4 would have been only 0.7 because the knight e5. a4 +3 for black. Knight f7 loses immediately to rook e6. So Gukesh is on his way to win for board 1. Let's look at Prag's game. don't remember the opening line in this one. It was that London opening. Okay, bishops were traded. Second bishop pair was traded. Very equalish position. Queen c7 is a typical move after 95 because you want to take without getting forked. 94 is also a nice move because, well, you can put the knight on d6. Sometimes you can also kick the knight out sometimes. Okay, this is heading to a draw. White tries to attack. I can't believe it. I mean, I won't believe if white gets an attack here because I can't be. Black has too many resources. I mean, rook c4, d4. We can use a queen to defend. I would be very surprised if white's attack works here. White is definitely trying. The old third rank rook defense. Okay, so Pragg is trying to create counterplay on the queen side. White threatens mate in 1. White is trying that cheapo with queen h6. And this is the current position. All right, let us take stock of this position then. Who's better? Why do I feel like the position is gonna be this game is gonna be a draw somehow? Like white's gonna do some attack, but Pragg will find a way to defend, trade some pieces off. It'll be some queen endgame, and they'll just draw. I'm just checking for some. I don't think black's better. I think there are some hidden ideas for white. I feel as if there's going to be a rook landing on f6. Or something like that, right? There's some strange ideas for white. So, rook f3, attacking the pawn. And then, how do you deal with this? So rook c7. And now I can try rook g6. It's not much. I don't think there's a sack here, is there? Rook g6, I mean, doesn't do much. But if the queen moves away, I think I can sack the rook. So rook f3, rook c7. I'll put it on the board for you guys. And some sort of a weird idea with the rooks. But the resource for black is rook c3. This kills the attack, I think. And a potential pawn sack with d4, some sort of, and also counterplay on this, but not really. But how does white attack? Rook g6. Let's just put this on the board. I don't even know what the threat is. It's just it's posturing. Now rook c3 is not good because maybe rook e6. Okay. And queen move. There's a funny like draw idea here. Not even draw. Queen g8. Queen g8. And takes. Is that a draw, guys? Okay, I found a draw. I found a draw for white. Which white might take. It'd be amazing if this game ends like this. The reason I said queen g8 is, well, there's also this, but this loses. Because of mate. So we know that the queen must defend. Yeah, the queen must defend, guys. That's why queen g8, rook g8. This draw is actually possible. Threatening this. Okay, so rook g6 is a nice attempt, but I think queen g8 holds the fort. I mean, there is no main threat. Apparently, this is a threat, right? So queen g8 is important to get that in. Okay, so I predict this game is going to be a draw. Now I'll use the engine because I think we need to find the actual truth here. Yeah, 000, engine says. And let me try to play some of those moves out. So rook ef3, rook c7, rook g6 is what the engine says. Now it says rook d7. What about queen g8? Queen g8. Rook takes h6 to draw. Oh, I missed queen b4. Wait, I didn't miss queen b4. Just an insane move. Now it's 0.4 for white because of rook f8. Okay, I missed this idea, but this is also not clear. What is happening? Queen and 2 pawns versus... I don't even know how to evaluate this position. What a weird position. And just says this is about equal. I would be scared as black because the pawns. Connected passers can be really dangerous. So there must be some like move that puts a lot of pressure on white here. So a4. I don't understand what rook d7 is. Oh, to push this pawn. Okay, I understand everything now. So this is equal apparently because there's this pawn. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense now. Here, let's just continue this line. I mean, it's fine, whatever. There's a perpetual somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So it is equality. Rook g4 played, by the way. We don't see rook f3. And just to show that again, I looked at rook g6, and now the engine says to play rook d7 to push this pawn because there was no clear threat. The threat was rook g3 though, right? And d4, you take this. Black is very ready for... Yeah. Okay. So rook g6 was just posturing. Let me turn the engine off. So that's why Abbasov played rook g4 instead. He wants to win this pawn. Now, what does Pragg do about this? By the way, is this offering a draw kind of? Because if I go rook c2, you trade the queens, and then it's a rook endgame. That's kind of a drawish endgame. I think so. Yeah, rook a8 is a draw. Rook a6 or rook check first, and then rook c2. You trade queens. This check is even better because you can grab both pawns. So you take this, rook f3, rook c7, and if anyone's better, it's probably black because of pawn structure. So rook g4, rook c1 check, followed by rook c2. It's dangerous. Maybe then this is the move. You go here. And we can see the same thing play out again. The same idea of rook g6. And then queen g8 and then this draw. And this queen line again pops up one more time. And black doesn't have to take because black has other options in this position as well. Still very complicated. This is a recommendation. So you just come back and you take this pawn. Yeah. So it's nice that we figured out those ideas of rook g6. But to summarize this game, this position, white can win this pawn, but then black can win one of these guys. And if you trade queens, it's very drawish. White can try to not trade queens, but then black will defend this via those resources we mentioned earlier, like rook c7, queen g8 attacking this. And queen g8 does prevent the trade of queens from white's perspective, but white can win queen b4, rook a2, and the material balance still equal. So this game is definitely heading into the direction of a draw. Yeah. And whenever white gets the queen for 2 rooks, black can focus on pushing the d pawn, and then that makes it a draw. Okay. White can bail with that rook g6, rook takes h6 idea at some point. Okay, someone says Magnus game is getting spicy again. And check the Spain match. All right, so let's do the Magnus game first. So we left off around here. And Magnus stabilized. And rook d8 was the main move. But Magnus played f6. Wow. Ben Feingold somewhere sneezed. Never play f6. Okay. Chop, chop. Queen g2. Queen g7. So Magnus is trading the queens. So that's not an issue. But can Yilmaz play knight g6 here and keep the queens on the board? I think the fact that Magnus plays f6 here is a sign that he wants more. He's being ambitious. He's inviting complications. Yeah, he's inviting complications big time. So here, of course, can trade queens. And there's this move knight d7. Just goes into some of those end games that Magnus probably likes because it's going to be a bad bishop on b1. So there's this option of trading and going here. Somehow I think that black is happy to have this. I wonder if there's a line where black will sack the pawn on c5. Probably not. Or is there a line where black sacks the exchange? Probably not. Is cd4 a move? I mean, I'm just checking. That would be like super crazy if this is a move. I mean, I'm going a little insane here, right? By doing this. And then f5. Because you're literally down in a full exchange. But there are some juicy targets. And bishop is blocked. But it's too much. Because I can come back with all these moves. So no, this is not going to happen. Probably rook somewhere. Maybe rook c8. Takes, takes. Takes, takes. Rook d1. White's getting some counterplay. Rook c7. d4, f5. And I don't know, maybe it's equal. a3. So this is possible. But let's check the lines where white doesn't trade the queens. So knight g6. Knight g6. What do you do here? Rook d8. Knight g6 seems too risky. I don't like this for white. I think we're going to see that queen trade line. dc5 play, by the way. Okay, didn't expect that. Is it a kind of a transposition? Bishop takes. And does this transpose? You don't have to even take. You can go knight d7. Oh, it actually adds an extra idea. Here there's knight f6, so you have to do this. and you get a little bit more pressure on the f6. But at the same, oh, oh wow, there's no way to defend all three. Yeah, it's pinned, right? You can't take the knight, so can you take the knight here, you mean? Yes. Wow, this is getting wild. Okay. I'm going to turn the engine on now because this is getting crazy. Yeah, I think Magnus made a mistake, guys. It says that f6, gf6 is a mistake. And if white plays this and knight d7, you're kidding me. This is better for white after rook d1, but exchange sack is actually equal. The best move is actually this line that I showed. I thought I was being too much, but this is equal. Bishop d5 and black is better now. Oh, bishop d5 is super impressive actually. So black is a full exchange down, but is better. This was a positional trap maybe that Magnus set, but tactically this line doesn't work because a lot of stuff is wrong. Yeah, he's good with the exchange, but actually the problem is you take this first, and now this line doesn't work because knight d7 is winning for white. So the only move here for Magnus is to play fe, and I have no idea what's happening. Takes. So black is down a pawn. Takes. And rook d8. And rook d1. This e3 stuff. Okay, so bishop e4. And then you trade everything. And then white is still down up a pawn here. But this position is very drawish. Rook g6 is a threat. So it's a you trade. And this position Magnus will hold comfortably. Okay, there's no way Magnus is going to win this game anymore. He's on the defense. But he will draw this comfortably. Yeah, there's no way he's going to win this game because the tactics are in white's favor and black has to try to hold it. So I guess the pieces are super active here. Rook f2 is normal. And then king is active, or rook f5. There's too many weaknesses for white. So he'll hold it pretty easily. Yeah. So I think the complications, Magnus went wrong. Maybe we found the only weakness that Magnus has. You know, attack his king. And maybe he'll miscalculate some tactic or some line. And it seems like that's exactly what happened here. He could have played rook d8 and just prepared cd4, but he played f6, which is a mistake because after this he should have played rook f6. But this, maybe he was waiting for the exchange sack or something. But after dc, he is forced to play bishop e5. Now he loses the bishop pair and he lost a pawn. So there's no way this was intentional. He just blundered something. But Magnus sees the draw line here. Like what did we show again? It was, somebody remind me. No, what we looked at was fe5. Oh, we looked at fe5. cd6. We didn't look at bishop e5. Is it a blunder? This keeps the bishop on the board. So if I do, actually I have to take. He's a clear pawn down. He's not a pawn down, sorry. In this line he's equal, but I mean like it's kind of like he's a pawn down. It's a blunder apparently, according to you guys. Let me guess. Is it rook f4? Oh, no, this is my pawn now. He takes What is the move here that makes it amazing for white? It's just that he's kind of up a pawn, perhaps. Right? Yeah. It's a bad position. Magnus is down a pawn, essentially. Yeah, I'll turn the eval bar on. So material is equal, but Magnus is the one with that bad bishop. And this is a free pawn. Even if you remove this pawn, it's equal. So white has this free pawn. He went wrong here, didn't he? With f6. Guys, Ben Feingold is right. Never play f6. What could he possibly have missed? Because it's kind of like strange to open up this king file and there's so many tactics. So he's just in a passive position, just down a pawn, clear pawn down. Magnus could actually lose this game. Yeah, let's switch to another game. The only thing that is going for Magnus is that Mustafa has 6 minutes and they're playing like this increment chess. But the position is so simple that there's no way white blunders this. The worst that white could do is to blunder away the advantage somehow. But yeah, this is looking bad for Magnus. Okay, let's go to maybe US team, or we haven't checked the US team, have we? So we know that, just to go back to Indian team again, we know that Gukesh has already won the game. Nice job, Gukesh. Yeah, so black just tried to complicate the game, but it's just completely lost. And Prague and Abaso game, I think it's heading to a draw. Arjun Ergaisi's game, we didn't really check that. There was a dragon. And Arjun found the c3 move that we're talking about. Wow, he found the idea to trade rooks and then press this pawn and then press on the queen side. And he found it. It was him, because he's already down to 103. Very impressive. But black didn't want to give that square. But he's still trying to trade rooks, and while black says no again. And the current position is here. It seems like Arjun's position is better. Black is just barely holding things together. But they are holding it together. But I think white's better. Yeah, 0.2 for white. H4, I thought it was crazy, but there's bishop f4 just in time to get out of that trap. And black is holding it together. But there's more moves on the board. We have h4. Sure, I'll turn the eval on, because we need to go fast. Some trades. Bishop came to c6, which is a nice square, but you also have to think about this e5 move at some point, because you cannot en passant. So rook a7 was apparently a mistake. So why was this a mistake? Because the b4 pawn is vulnerable. So that's why the better move was rook b6. Okay, now it makes sense. So maybe a slight blunder from Mamedov. And Arjun now is better. Knight d5 does. So material balance is restored, but the thing is, perhaps these pawns are too strong. So Arjun Ergaisi is now in a better rook endgame, because the d6 pawn is clearly not as strong as the connected passers. So this could be a draw, but I think that he is more likely to win here. So Gukesh has won. Prague's game is going to be a draw. This game, Arjun is potentially winning this. And Vidit's game is going to be... Okay, probably a draw because this endgame is drawish. So Team India is poised to win the match. Up 1 or 2 games. Either 3-1 or 2.5. 1.5. Oh, we have a question in the chat. Could you tell us a bit about the format? I think we have a scene for that. So there are 11 rounds, and each game is worth 2 points. And if I go to the standings right now, we can see that right now, India, Spain, there's so many teams with 8 teams with perfect score. I think the tie breaks are based on how many individual points you won. But if you look at the overall, this is the standings. It's 4 players on each team. There's a backup 5th player that can be an alternate. And the 4 games, if you get 2.5, you win the match. So that's... Any other questions on the format, please let me know. And this features people from all over the world. All the countries in the world, I think, pretty much participate in this one. It's one of the biggest events, maybe the biggest event in chess every year. So it's a draw. So India's going to win this one. Ivanchuk's game. Yes, Ivanchuk apparently lost this game. And let's just go to the end position. Did he lose on time or... Okay, wait. Am I seeing this right? Or is his king is on e5? Am I seeing this right? Okay, what just happened this game? So this was the position we left off. And then Richard Rapport sacrificed 1 pawn. Sacrifices 2 pawns. Well, 1 pawn still. Now, all Ivanchuk had to do is literally castle. Or something like that. But he played this move. Now he can't castle anymore, but... So apparently this was fine. Bishop h6 is in king d2, but played this move. So basically, Ivanchuk is trying to play for a win here, but the king is extremely vulnerably placed. So Rapport sacrifices a knight. Oh my goodness, he's going for some mate. So just to show some tricks, this is mate in 3. B6 mate. So to avoid this, Ivanchuk plays rook c4. And it's still balanced, but this is such a hard position to defend for white. Because king safety is everything. So he goes wrong here. He should have went bishop h6 to attack the rook, because probably e6 is happening anyway. So he's like, you want to mate me? Not if I do it first. But Rapport says, I'm going to check though. So they're both at each other's throats. But the problem is rook d5 can go to e5. So now white is up in exchange, but the king is on e4. And Ivanchuk actually plays king takes e5. It's like the Nigel Short game, the king walk. Because the king is still exposed here and all kinds of stuff. King e5. Queen e2 and knight b8. Ivanchuk surely missed this move. This is the only winning move for black. Oh, this is definitely getting covered on YouTube. Somebody's going to cover it, right? Winning move for black is knight b8. So Ivanchuk wants to sack this back if knight c6 happens. Or king e4. But queen c4, creating another mating net. So rook d1 was the best move here. And then white survives, but his king is on e5. So, but Ivanchuk plays this move, which is a blunder because he resigns because f6. So he blundered f6. But this position was already lost. That is a very, very crazy game. He lost on time. He lost on time. Yeah, maybe this move wasn't even made. He lost on time. But he's losing anyway. So I think he just miscalculated this game. He miscalculated something. Or he couldn't resist the king e5. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, he was just low on time at this position. He spent all his time right here. And I think it was a clear case of Ivanchuk is, it's hard to, he drives himself into positions where he can't handle the complications. But he doesn't care. He wants to play chess. Right? Of course, you could say, hey, I'm not as young as I used to be. I probably should turn it down a notch. But Ivanchuk says, no, let's go for it. Let's go for it, baby. But then he gets hit with moves that he didn't see. And then the games can become topsy-turvy as a result. That's a very interesting game that we just saw. There is time added after move 40. Correct. So Magnus is in trouble. He could lose. Let's go with that game again. So we left here and Magnus is just down a pawn. By the way, Magnus was actually very much losing after b4. But Yilmaz didn't play the best move. Yeah, he's just down a pawn. If this was a rook endgame, he would draw this. The presence of the bishops is what makes Magnus's position very, very dangerous. There is one thing, though. White has only 2 minutes left. And there is a chance that white will make some mistakes here. So I would say Magnus has almost 0% chance of winning this game. And probably a 50% chance of 50 or 4, I would say 60% drawing chances and 40% losing chances, something like that. Or it's 30% losing chances and 70% draw. But 0% winning chances. Doesn't matter if you're Magnus or not. By the way, US team, Fabiana won. Thank you, Gabbett. Says a good job on commentating. Thank you very much. Guys, if you're in the chat, feel free to say hello. Ask me some questions because it's solo here. I'm not with Eric today. I think Eric's joining us for the last round of the tournament, so I will have company. But it's just me and you guys. So let me know if you guys want to look at a particular game or talk about certain topics. Fabiano's doing amazing though. He's doing really, really well. There is a scene that I should have had here. I think I'm gonna try to get that scene. So I don't know if I can mess around with this while maybe during break I'll try to show the standings page more, because the standings page right now is for the beginning of the round, but it has definitely changed. Yes, Brennan, just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the 200, actually 678 of us actually on Lichess. And many on Twitch and YouTube as well. So Fabiano's game, maybe we'll just take a look at it really quickly. Fabiano being one of the most prepared players on the world, actually. And h4 by Peralta, that is actually the number one stockfish move. But I'm going to go through it pretty quickly because this game is finished. Very fighting opening by both sides. I think we had to give credit for White for actually trying to beat Fabiano, castling on the opposite side. I think one of Fabi's biggest strengths is his opening prep, but also I think Fabiano wouldn't have made the same mistakes that Magnus made in the Yilmaz game. Fabiano is famous for being a much more accurate deep calculation, because he does use a lot of time on the clock as well, but he's very precise when he's on form. He could be better than Magnus at that particular part of the game. Fabiano does blunder or make mistakes when he's low on time though, but with Fabiano with good prep and time on the clock is extremely, extremely dangerous. So it looks like in a complicated game, White resigned because his king was extremely unsafe. Sure, Linux. Look at Alex Samaganoa, who is also a streamer. Board 25. All right, so give me 1 sec. Sorry, it's not board 25. In the other section, excuse me. So we have a streamer from Kyrgyzstan. I think she streams on Lichess, actually. So how is Alexander doing? So the engine is on. I forgot to turn it off. It says that black is better. I think we actually don't even need the engine to figure that out, because black has these beautiful pieces, and the knight on d5 can be chopped off anytime. So Alexandra is in a little bit of trouble because black's pieces are much better. Her bishop is bad on g2, and the knight is not invincible. So she's in trouble because her king is unsafe. She has low time, but is she a time travel addict like me? You know, time trouble is a chess problem, but more than a chess problem, time trouble is a life problem. It really is. If you fix your life, you fix your time trouble in chess. I think so. You leave things to the last minute. You can't make decisions. You go to a restaurant. How long does it take for you to order when you go to the restaurant? These are all signs of if you're going to be in time trouble or not. If you can't order in time, the waiter comes. Are you going to say, give me a minute? that's a sign. You're going to be in time trouble. How many times has the waiter had to come around? They ask you if you want dessert. How much time are you going to think about it? That's how you know. Are you decisive? Do you put off writing your essay or project until the last minute? You're going to be in time trouble. Do I play the piano as good as Chess? No way. I am rated like 800 at the piano, but I'm rated 2400 in chess. Well, if you look at the Lichess rating, I'll be like 27, 28, or Bullet, I'm 2900 right now. But US, I'm talking about FIDE ratings, maybe I'm 1000. Magnus is late outside of chess. I don't know, but Magnus is not in time trouble usually. Do I play tournaments? Not as much, because I actually stream for a living as well, and I teach chess privately for a living, and in daytime as well. So I don't have and I'm trying to be a content creator on YouTube as well, and I'll make all these puzzle videos online. Which you can actually check out if you like. It's just it's hard to find time to practice your own chess. Okay, Arjun's outside pawns. Let's see Arjun Ergaisi's game. Yeah, this is happening. Connected passers. You can if you like. I mean, maybe a mod can. It's fine. I know you guys can find me if you want to. So this position, Arjun is on his way to victory. H5. By the way, en passant is the only move that's a winning move for white. But clearly, I mean, you're going to play it. You're going to play en passant. The only reason he's hesitating is because when you play en passant, the rook can block, but the rook can block for long. So, yeah, he plays it. Arjun is also a very, very, very accurate calculator. Well done. You know how scary this is to see this? I mean, I'm just putting myself in my mother's shoes. You play a decent opening. You know, you straight queens. You hold on to the e-pawn. He plays c3, putting your first pressure on your queen side. Then you play accurately a5. Then you play accurately bishop h6, and you think you're out of the woods. But Arjun is not done yet. He keeps putting you to the test. You play bishop f4. You think you're fine. Then he plays this bishop a4, bishop a6, and he keeps putting you to the test, and finally you lose concentration. With 9 minutes till the clock, you play a mistake. You leave your pawn hanging. Then immediately he pounces on that. It's like playing Stockfish. This is no fun. This is like I'm playing against Stockfish, and I'm trying my best to not lose, and I finally make a mistake. And then he converts brutally. Like he finds the only line that's winning for white, and he just converts. He only made one mistake in this game. That is how scary it is to play these young talents. They don't miss. So well done. So Indian team is gonna be winning by a huge margin, 3-1, I think, because Vidya's game is gonna be a draw. So 3-1, and By the way, Ukraine, Hungary. So this one was a draw, Ponomario game. And their fourth board was also a draw. Both rook end games. And then so their Anton Korobov is once again the guy that needs to win the game to at least tie the match. But it looks like it's another rook end game that could be a draw. So Hungary is on their way to beat Ukraine. Ukraine obviously upset the US yesterday. By the way, I must say something. Anton Korobov is a really chill guy, because there's an interview of him and it was insanely funny. And it was like, there was a question that was asked by Mike Klein, I believe. Do you think you guys can, Ukraine team is filled with more older, relative to the Indian team, older gentlemen. And they asked Korobov, are you guys going to be able to, have the energy for 11 rounds? He says, definitely not. We're all going to crash and burn at round 8. And then, Mike asks, well, what are you going to do about it? And he says, oh, absolutely nothing. We can't do anything about it. There's nothing to stop it. He's very honest and just, that was hilarious. Yeah, so that was a really fun interview. I'm gonna check it's really, you should watch it. He says like, yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. That's okay. I didn't know he was that chill. And the whole interview is great because what I really liked at the end is that after Mike Klein says, now back to you, most chess players, after the interview is over, they just walk away. But Anton professionally looks at the camera, same as Mike Klein, and then stays there until the camera pans away. So I'm like, this is amazing. He's so professional. He stays exactly like he's exact same pose as Mike Klein, and he stays there until the camera fades away. And Magnus is like, I can't wait to get out of here. Let me just run away as soon as the cameraman says back to you. And Anton just stands there and doesn't even move. So the guy is only not just chill, he's professional and is aware of and is sarcastically funny and young at heart, absolutely. I don't think he's even that old. He's probably, I don't know, 40? But that interview is really funny. You should check it. He might be the new Grishchuk. So I want to check more interviews for him. Maybe someone make a compilation of all the Anton Korobov interviews. He also played a spectacular game against Ray Robson. Ray's a friend, but he had a tough game yesterday. Okay, going to another board. Let's go back to Magnus because I think we are invested in this game. The Magnus effect. How did he do this? He's going to draw this now. He went from a completely losing position where the bishop wasn't even active. Oh. Yilmaz let his pawn go? That's so strange. That's so strange. Like, this bishop is trapped. So there's no threat to take the pawn. But he can't play bishop c2 because it would attack this. So couldn't you play... The engine is h5, but let's just play king g3. Yeah, even king g3 is okay, then h5. So Yilmaz made Magnus's position. He forced Magnus to play a good move and make the bishop better. and then traded his best pawn for Magnus's weak pawn. He just tried to draw the game. He didn't really try to win the game. It seems like. Yeah, it's a draw. That is unfortunate. He had a chance. He just tried to draw the game. That's what it seems like. He's like, okay, sure, I just want to take all your pawns and be up a pawn. I don't care how I do it. I just want to be up a pawn. You can even go to rook endgame if you want. He just went for the safe variation instead of trying to keep the tension on the board, because he could have attacked the bishop or played h5, and then remember that black cannot take the pawn because of the fork. So he didn't really try. Yeah, of course. He didn't really try. And there was a moment in this game where it was +3, and it was here. So the worst piece for white is this bishop. So bishop c2, I think I'm cheating. I'm using engine, of course. Now I'm using it. This was a point for bishop c2 would have been +3, because I think once the bishop arrives in the game, then white has an extra pawn and a better bishop too. So, for example, let's just show a line here. Check first. And then any rook d7, rook d6, it's completely winning. I think the Magnus effect. I don't know why white played like he was scared and he let Magnus off the hook. Yeah, this is an easy draw. In fact, I'm going to be... This is so sad that white is going to force the draw with up a pawn. He's not even going to try. He's not even going to try. He's just going to repeat the moves. But here there's not much to try, but it's a sign. How are the other boards going in this match? Good question. So Magnus' game is going to be a draw. It is Gorel, who's actually, I think, on Lichess bullet. I remember I was checking the leaderboard. This dude is 3,300. He's number 1 on Lichess. In bullet. He drew. Okay, that is definitely a board error, because I don't think Johan Christiansen is going to make a blunder mate in 1. It was rook g6. Okay, so that's a draw. Aryan Tari's game is... Aryan is winning. Kind of winning. But it could be either one. But it's a 2-result game. And Wahab Sanal's game... Oh, that's a crazy position. Yeah, he's 3,300 bullet. Corral, it is... So this position material is... White is winning this one. Okay, so to recap, Norway is probably going to win the... because Magnus held this, it was super important. Because Magnus didn't lose, which he shouldn't, Norway's going to win thanks to Urkadal's game. Because Aryan's game could be a draw, or he could win. I don't even know how you can get to 3,300 in Lichess, because there's nobody else at that level, right? Like Lichess bullet is harder, and blitz is also harder when you get to that 2,900 level, because I don't know, it's just it's less inflated at the top. I don't even know how you get that high. So. Welcome in, everybody. Let me know where you're watching from, by the way. Thanks for being here. We have A lot of people in the Lichess chat, my chat as well, and on YouTube, I've been ignoring YouTube chat because I only have one monitor. But you know what? I'm gonna check you guys out on the phone really quickly. I have great candor with the stream. Thank you, Skibbers. Okay, I see some people in the YouTube chat as well. Hello, everybody. Yeah, Gorel game was a draw. There was a little bit of DGT boards sometimes have an error, so clearly he didn't blunder mate in 1 here. This is not a move. He played rook g6. 100%. Hello, knows all. Knows is famous. I think he has some Lichess studies and articles. I think I came across some of them. Good Lichess articles written by a moderator here. So shout out to Knows. Also played him on my streams a few times. Cheers. Okay, let's try to see some of the other matches. I need your help, everybody. Tell me which games to focus on because there's too many games right now. Oh, really? Let's see. Another team. Spain. We haven't checked Spain. Okay. So, Spain. Ding Liren drew against Shirov. And then we have Wei Yi, very strong player, who is potentially winning against our Anton Guiharo. Yeah. So that's another point for China. Yu Yang drew with Vallejo pawns. And Bu Jianji drew Santos Latasa. So that means that China is going to beat Spain because of the Wei Yi game. Is there a chance that Wei Yi could draw this? Probably not, because look at these pawns. They're on black. They're protected. These pawns are fixed. King is more active. Pawn is ready to run. I think Wei Yi is in good position to convert this. Yeah, there's no bishop d7 even because rook d3 check is there. So I think that probably this might be straightforward. King c5 is not possible because of check, I think. Actually, I want to check this. No, just a4. A4 is fine, right? Oh, you can do this. You could do this. Check. And king a4. Oh, you win all the pawns. So you can even do that. So China will probably win the game. And we already know that Hungary is currently on track to beat Ukraine. The time is not an error. Wait. Yes, the time is not an error. It's going to be 2 minutes for Wei Yi and an additional 40 minutes, 30 minutes. It has to be. I think it only shows up once you hit 0. It doesn't add on top of the 30. I could be wrong about that, but it makes sense because I don't think the move... White never got the time advantage after 40 moves, so I think it'll be reflected once it's hit 0. Okay. Czech Brazil board 4. Sure. If you can tell me exactly what board it is on Lichess, I would appreciate that. But I found it. So Brazil board 4 is Ivic Velimir from Serbia versus Diego Rafael Di Bernardino. Now, how crazy is this game? Is it supposed to be remarkable? Black is up a pawn, but white has a nice blockade. They have frozen the pawns here. So I think the position is probably about equal. Yeah, it's equal. Yeah, we saw Ivanchuk Rapport. For those, I would recommend you check it out. It was a King of the Hill game. I think Ivanchuk, again, drove himself to positions that he cannot handle. It's just too complicated, and he miscalculated, and his king went on e5. President board 2. Sir. Alexander Fear playing against Serrana. So Fear is trying to checkmate white, but white said, I ain't got no fear. I'm worried about fear. Sorry. I'm just going to defend. What's going on? Let's actually take a look at this position. So rook h3 is the not really. Everything's protected. Let's see. Yeah, so Serrana is up 2 pawns. Actually, I don't even know what's happening here because rook h4 was the last move. Why didn't he take the... Oh, okay. Actually, let's come back a couple of moves because this is important. So here, Serrana unleashed bishop g7. Who's afraid now? He said. Because of the tactics. The tactic is that if rook d2, there's a queen run around, ring around the rosy checkmate. If king g7, then I can do this move, and then I can do rook d6 and win the rook on e4, and this is a winning endgame. So this shot was clearly missed by Fear. Beautiful move, rook g, bishop g7. So rook h4 was played. He ignored this and put the rook to safety and protected the pawn. But the issue is that there's no threat from black, and all white has to do is to retreat the bishop back, and then actually has threats of going queen h8 and queen g. For example, this variation, queen g7, and yeah, this can't be good. So Velp, this bishop g7 is actually such a nice move, and the reason that black missed this is because queen a8 and bishop g7 is much harder to see than to see this bishop g7 immediately. Okay. So, yeah, guys, in my chat and Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I'm reading all the chats now. Let me know if you have a game to look at or any other questions. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. For those who are joining us. Greece number 26 is an amazing game. Okay, let's find out. Greece number 26. So I had to change the board. Okay, so the game that we want to look at is Volodin versus Kurkulos. Ivanchuk lost on time, C-Flower, yes. But he was already losing the game. Let's back up a bit. So this was a King's Indian G3 variation. I'm a big fan of King's Indian myself. I play this with both colors actually. So white sacked a pawn. White got it back. Developing pieces. Getting space. Getting more space. Some maneuvering going on. Nothing much though. Now black is trying to attack on some squares, but exactly I don't know. I think black provoked this weakness, and now the tactics are starting. Giving the light squared bishop is considered a sin in King's Indian positions like this, because the dark squared bishop is a sin. For white should not give up the dark squared bishop because of all the bad stuff that could happen to your king and everything else. Queen side. Black sacrifices, well, not really sacrifices a pawn because bishop f5 was there. And white wants to attack. And look at what's happening here. Bishop b3. Takes. Oh, wait. I almost didn't see the rook on g6. So what I'm seeing is that black essentially sacrificed an exchange, but it's not a real sacrifice because the bishops are so strong. Okay, it is a black sacrifice of an exchange. Queen g5. What is going on here? Because if I take, so it is an exchange sack, but the king is being sliced and diced. Very vulnerable. And it's over. Yeah, so the two bishops are too strong here. So white opened the center hoping for an attack, but it was completely backfiring because the two bishops, just too much. And I don't know what he missed, because bishop g6, I don't think it's a good idea, because you're giving up the bishop and hoping to get it back by spending several tempo in a position where your king is open. So essentially, you're doing this for a pawn, right? You're giving up several tempo to get a pawn, or get an exchange for a pawn or whatever. And black's like, okay, I'll take the tempo, you can have the rook, and then just won the game. Yeah, exactly. Azazi in the chat saying, why can't you take on b3? Exactly. So he just wanted the material. So white could have played this, and white is down a pawn, but it's actually, there's even this move. Yeah, this was fine, but white wanted more. I don't know what white missed. Probably the time situation. People make all kinds of irrational things when you have 4 minutes. Yeah, but the thing is now, if you take on b3, that tempo with the rook on g6, I don't know. That looks really bad. Yeah, bishop e5. The rook on g6 is going to be too much. You just lost here. Okay. So I think this game, white brought it on himself. All the woes. Definitely. Reap what you sow kind of situation. All right, let's go back to the first boards again. First matches. Let me know if there are games to cover. And I think I should take a small break soon. Maybe I'll check out one more thing and then we'll take a break, because I've been commentating for about 4 hours now. Voice is getting a little bit shot. So we're on board none right now. So let's look at the Korobov game. Remember, this Korobov game was the game that determines the result. If this game is a draw, then Hungary wins because Ivanchuk lost. But is it a perpetual? Now, if Korobov makes a perpetual, this loses the match. So he's not incentivized for a perpetual. The question is, can he do something with the A pawn? Let's just find out. So check. Check. This is a move, by the way, because now you're threatening this. So if E goes king G8, you basically improved your rook to C7 for free. Let's do this. Now black gets this pawn. And there's a perpetual style stuff on the 7th rank, but there's also a perpetual style stuff on the B file. And why is this +1 for white? So if I check you, this kind of seems like an endgame study, by the way. The king just hides behind the pawns. Oh, not this way though. It's H3. So this must be done intelligently. King C4, King D5. Okay. So this is not going to fly for black. And Korobov is going to try to win this. So Rook G7 and Rook C7 threatening mate. King G8 and A6. So there is a chance for Ukraine to actually tie the match if Anton actually figures this out. Or I should say black cannot figure it out. This actually is looking kind of dangerous. So Ukraine still has hope. Korobov might come through again, just like he did yesterday. Faded is in a drawish position while being 40 minutes down, someone says. Okay, let's check it out. This was I thought it was a draw because even though Vidit is down a pawn, he has this immense pressure, so white is essentially just stuck. But was he trying to win the game? I think Vidit is actually trying to win the game, but it's going to be a perpetual. The time doesn't really matter because white has no hope here. I think it's just going to be a draw by perpetual. Of course, there are some things that black should avoid, like getting mated like this. So, but I think even if you're blind and play king here, it's still a draw because this queen is tied down. Correct. He does not need to win. India has already clinched this. All right, so now the Anton Guihara Wei Yi game. This, if Wei Yi wins, China wins. And looks like Wei Yi has made a little bit more progress. He's got his pawn to A4 and he's going to go king B6 or rook B4 even. Yeah, you can trade because when you trade rooks, it's going to take forever for black to get all these pawns. But I can interpose with my bishop and just run this down the board. So white can threaten to trade rooks if need be. And if rook A1, then maybe just king B6. And this rook can once again interpose. So Wei Yi is going to win this game. I don't think there's any doubt about this. Magnus game again. Okay, Yilmaz did not take the draw. But, I mean, yeah, this is literally a draw now because this pawn is falling. And if you try to protect it, Magnus will just play rook F4, rook F3. And it's a draw. So that means Norway is on their way to win this game because Sanal is going to lose against, or could lose against Urkadal because his position is very risky. And he's down a pawn. And then we have, how's the US team doing against? So we know that Fabiano won against Fernando Peralta. Wesley is up a pawn, but black has to pass pawn in some play. So this game is in the air. Domingo has lost with black against Diego Flores. So that's equal. And finally we have Aronian versus, wow, that's a big difference. So they got Aronian playing on board 4. That's pretty good. That Aronian playing on board 4 is crazy, right? One of the greatest of the current generation, or let's say last generation or current generation, somewhere in the middle. So he's on his way to win the game because he's up so much material. Yes. I think I would put Aronian on board 3 actually, or somewhere like that. And it's definitely sad for USA that Hikaru is not playing. I would like to have seen Hikaru play. So you think Aronian is strategically placed so that he can win more decisive games? That could be true as well. You stack the board in a different way. But just the fact that Fabiano is number 1 and he's also winning all his games shows how clearly Fabiano is probably the second best player in the world in classical chess after Magnus. I don't think overall that's not such a big, Hikaru's of course, I think literally number 2 in the world right now, but overall Fabiano might be the second strongest player in the world. Although recently Hikaru's form has been amazing. So let me just look at the Sosa Aronian game again. So we have, if Aronian is going to win this game, and then Wesley at least going to draw. So that means Team USA is going to win this match. Every year I think that US is obviously gunning for first place. And they have hit a roadblock with Ukraine. They could have probably at least drew the match if Wesley didn't lose to Ivanchuk, which was a surprise result. So, unfortunately, US is no longer perfect score. So they're going to have to play catch up here. So they're going to be a favorite in the next few rounds. I don't think they're going to play India anytime soon. Actually, I didn't cover the first 3 rounds, so I don't even know what teams played, but I don't think they've played India yet. All right. What's the next games, guys? Feel free to let me know what other boards you want me to look at. Someone said to look at the Iranian team. Magsudlu on board 1 had a crazy game against Sean Rodrigue from Canada, apparently. Let's kind of skip to the middle then to see if that was the case. Seems like an endgame where white is a little bit better because of the initiative on the queen's side. He wins a pawn. Game is tactical. Now the position might even be a kingside attack. Yes, it is. Kind of not understanding these rook moves, actually, but maybe there was no other move. King is under attack from the two bishops. Threatening mate on g8. And he resigned. Wow, that is a very weird mate, huh? So, and why not king e7? Because you already are down 2 pawns, I guess. And you're probably going to lose this pawn as well. So that's why he resigned. And this pawn is promoting. So many reasons. Yeah, I didn't take a break yet. Iranian team is 2-0 right now. And the other 2 games, Tabatabai also won against Raja Panjwani, who I played a few times in classical chess. And looks like this game is going to be a draw. Board 3 and board 4 also a draw. So Iran is going to win this 3-1. And I think it's a great time for me to take my break. Second break today. Thank you so much for gifting the subs, Noir Viking. Thank you very much. I appreciate it so much. Hope you guys are enjoying the commentary. Also, hello again to YouTube. I'm looking at the chat. And Lichess Twitch as well. I'm curious to see like how many people from India are watching, and tell me before I take my break or during, let me know which teams that you guys are voting for, your top 3, okay? In the chat. Give me your top 3. This also will let me know what sports to focus on, all right? Are you rooting for Team US, Team India, Team China, Team Ukraine? I mean, let me know. I would like to see what the biggest the fan base is. Let it be known. In the meantime, I'm going to take a break. Here we go. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I am back. So I'm going to do something a little scuffed right now. We're going to try to look at the current standings, not the previous standings as when we started our commentary. So I think it's this button. Okay, so we haven't had the scene set up for this one, but bear with me. I'm going to try to make this work. It's going to be on the fly. It doesn't matter if I get covered. There we go. It's a little bit scuffed, but there we go. I think, yeah, this works. Okay, so we can see who is leading after in the current position. We have India 2.5, and this is a beautiful view from Lichess, showing, like a football game, this current scores, and also the eval bar is nice. So we know that India has already won the game, and probably this game is going to be a draw. Hungary will probably win this match. China is winning against Spain. Poland match. Vietnam upset. I wouldn't say upset Poland because Vietnam has a pretty strong team as well. But it is a slight upset, I believe, rating-wise. And then we have Magnus finally drawing that game against Yilmaz. He was in trouble, and that helps Norway win this match. And then Canada, unfortunately, is losing to Iran. USA, we predicted that this is going to go to USA because Aronian is completely winning against Thomas Sosa. Uzbekistan has clinched the game against the match against Moldova, and the Dutch team is also has not clinched it yet, but Lemmy is, according to the eval bar, at least winning his game. So, and then we have Montenegro game. This one we should have covered, I believe, but upset in the Montenegro match. Board 1, Vincent Keimer, the prodigious talent from Germany, probably number 1 from Germany, lost against Dennis, and that helps Montenegro get the victory against Germany. Australia is in a little trouble against England. If David Howell wins or draws the match against Bobby Cheng, England will win. Maybe we should check this England game. Yeah, I believe, let's start with this one. I'm going to click this and hopefully the scene changes. Okay. David Howell game. Let's check this out. There we go. Thankfully, the production is still good. Great. So this game, if White draws, England will win the match. I'm not going to go back to the beginning position. Let's just evaluate this position. David Howell is an amazing chess personality and grandmaster. He seems very humble when he commentates, but we shouldn't underestimate that he at least was a 2700 level GM. So, amazing player, very humble. I think he's either friends with Magnus or works with Magnus, or probably both, because I think Magnus likes to work with his people that he's friends with, or why they become friends. But I know that I've seen those Magnus David videos where they have the interviews and the banter is extremely fun. So here, David is black and currently seems like he's defending more than anything else, because the knight on d8 is a little passive, but it seems to be holding the fort because any moves like knight a7 leads to a rook endgame that's clearly drawn. The only problem is this knight, but it can improve anytime. So it seems like he's going to hold this position. So if he holds this, England will win the game. And I just noticed something. that Vityugov plays for the British team, board 1, and I don't remember this being a case. Vityugov is from Russia or Ukraine, I believe, and he moved to England. Is that right? Somebody can confirm this? So this is a great addition to the English team because Vityugov is very strong. I think 2700 level player. Definitely helps the British team. Vityugov played for Russia, but he moved to England. I wonder what was the reasons for that. I do know that there's a few of the Russian players did go to other countries recently. And now also going to the next game, Adams Michael, an amazing player known for his very direct, clear style, has beaten Rishi Sardana from Australia and Gawain Jones. Oh, I read this wrong, didn't I? So England is already up. Did I read this wrong? So England has already clinched it? Was the standings page? It looked like they were tied, so I must have read this wrong. So Gawain Jones already won, and Adams also won, so they've clinched it. So I don't know what I was thinking there. It looked like David needed to draw the game, but no, he doesn't even have to. So Adams won the game. I just want to see the last moves of the game. Surprisingly, there was a checkmate on the board. So the king went for a little walk in the park and got mated. Okay. Thank you. Some nice comments in the Twitch chat. Thank you very much. Let's go to another game then. Guys, we are reaching the end of the commentary and end of the most of the games. So I would need your help to see which games to focus on. So please let me know. We can look at the vidded game. We have access to cameras here. We already know that India... Wait. Am I seeing this right? What happened to Mamadera's knight? What did he do? He had a knight on f3. It's gone now. Is this still a draw or did he self-destruct? Because he had a knight on f3. Did he blunder? Okay, so those check. Check. And c3. Don't tell me Mamadera's thought that this was a move. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Wait. Wait. Queen e3 prevents queen f4. Nice shot. I'm sorry. Yeah, someone... yeah, don't look at the top right side, guys. Someone is really blocking us. So queen e3 prevent... I'm just going to turn the engine on, but I think queen c3 is a blunder. No. Okay, I'm completely wrong. Queen c3 is the only move that draws. Sorry, what's going on? Why not queen e3? Queen f4. Oh my goodness. It's 6-1. It's 6-1. It's 6-1. So that's the idea. Queen f4 is not to win the g-pawn. It's to trade queens. And I can't go king g3 as before. So Mamadiyar didn't blunder anything. He just couldn't trade queens and wanted to do this move and go into this position. The thing is, if you could win the pawn, it's a draw, but there's a mate. But the thing is, black can trade queens. But I guess this is a draw by perpetual. But black can try this forever. Black can try this forever. But didn't Mamadiyar have a much simpler, or was it always this dangerous? Was it always this dangerous? And why didn't he play this move? Because queen b6 check. Okay. Try to understand what is going on here. So what is the purpose of getting a king? What is the purpose of getting the king to c7? And now if I go queen e3, queen f4 is losing. Why? I check. d7. Queen a7. King e6. Okay, that's losing, but you couldn't have done it earlier because your king is on h6. You can only do this queen f4 thing. You can only do queen f4 when the king is on c7 because there's no check on e6. So that is why black went on a journey. And when black went on a journey to c7, Mamadiyar wanted to get a square on b6. It's all trying to make sense now. It's all coming together now, right? So Vidit tried to do king c7 and then queen f4. And then he went... Now he realized that the queen f4 is a deadly threat. So he's trying to do some stuff here with queen checks. And king c7. Now this is very strange because earlier, couldn't he have played king c7? No, here there's check. But if the queen is here, there's no check. So the queen went around the rosy. But the way that Vidit has done this, he played king c8, which makes the queen shift diagonals. And now you don't have queen h7 anymore. Do you see what happened? So check, 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 but king c8 was played. He repeated once, then he realized that I can go here. So there was checks coming here, then the queen shifted, and then he goes like a triangle. So now Mamadiyar is forced to just give up the knight. So this maneuver was very clever to make the queen shift the diagonal. But why didn't he go queen a6? Oh, he couldn't go queen a6 because I'm just a little confused. Here, queen a6, king c7 is winning because you run out of checks. You run out of checks. Okay. Anyway, coming back. So Vidit masterfully put his king in a position where the queen can no longer check. So he won a piece. Unfortunately for Vidit, this is still not enough to win the game. But this is the best test that he could have possibly given Mamadiyar. And he's going to try to push this on. Now, this move, though, is kind of sad. Because this move is admitting that I can't really deal with your checks anymore. I'm going to let you take my pawn, and it's not going to be mate. So this move to me is an admission that I've given up on winning the game. Because after this, of course, I should make sure that I don't get mated. But it can't be mate because I'm just running away. I said that too soon because I'm just scared right now. Queen f3 looks dangerous. This is not mate. No, it's fine because it really looks like mate, but it's not. This is king g3. Okay, once the king escapes, this should be a draw. Okay, so what a game. What a marathon game. Both players will be extremely tired after this one. This is the reason why, 1 round a day is so much better than 2 rounds a day, because this game, I mean, you're so tired, so much nervousness, so much energy is expended just to calculate all these freaky lines. As you can see, even with engine, it's hard to understand. So imagine you're the players. There's 2 rounds tomorrow? No way, Screws. Nice try. Nice try, chat. There's only 1 round. Because I can check right now. We have a schedule page. There is a round tomorrow, and there's actually, it's the opposite. There is a rest day in the middle of the tournament, which is actually well deserved. Even the commentators get a rest day. That's nice. Actually, there's one thing I should add. I believe there's a famous party on the rest day. Maybe someone in the chat can help us, enlighten us. Is this called the Bermuda party for some reason? There's a famous party, usually in the Olympiads, on the rest day. The party's the night before. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. But I remember it's probably the same rest day as well. There should be a party. Maybe the biggest party. I think Magnus has historically done badly in some of these Olympiads because he's there to party and not play chess. I'm sorry, Magnus. I remember that. That's my hypothesis here, at least, because I remember some Olympiads where Magnus didn't do so well because at least a few years ago. Because maybe, he wasn't preparing and he was partying. I remember maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, 2 wins, 1 draw. He likes to bike, be late to the rounds. Anyway. All right, let's go back to the games. Of course, India team, we have the cameras, of course. The current position in the India game is as follows. King on g3. Let's check the body language. I want to see how comfortable Mohammad Yaro is looking like. Yeah, he's so comfortable, he's not even at the board. Okay, he's back. Yeah, the body language says that Vidit is, he's trying. He's got his hands on his head, but it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, we have a request in the chat looking at Jesse February's game, also a streamer. Yeah, absolutely. Screws, you tell me the board name and I'll take a look. What other games are going on here? Vei's game and Korobov's game. Absolutely, we must look. So first, the Vei game. We looked at the position here, and he was just pushing that extra pawn all the way down the board. And it looks like he is almost at the finish line. Black did manage to win 1 pawn, and I think Black's plan is to give up the bishop for the pawn. Is that going to be enough? So let's see what's happening. A7, rook A3, and then what? Rook C8. How does white actually push this? It's actually not that easy. I'm not sure. How does white actually get it to the finish line? Rook C8, rook A3, and I don't know what's happening after that. It seems like there's a lot of technical issues for white. BC6 here. That's a typical move that I would hope that... it looks so shaky, this move, because the king is overloaded. So at the very least, I can play rook b5, rook b3 check back. Right? At the very least. I was checking for some tricks with rook a7. But I can take I can take here. Even that position might be almost a draw because wrong color pawn. Yeah, that position is also a draw. This is a draw, guys. Here. I think this is the draw. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's not a draw because I can take the pawn on g6. And no, I don't think it's a draw anymore. Well, actually, this is like endgame study now. Oh my goodness. This is like an endgame study. Okay, king e4. Wait. This is a draw, right? Or can what is happening? I was thinking of this setup here, and here, hoping for a zugzwang. But the problem is f5. Wait, f5? No, f5 king prepares this. Okay. This is a draw, right, guys? Yeah, because I can... if I get here, it's a draw. I just block everything. Okay, I'll try it with the engine. It's hour 5 of the commentary. Let's play bishop g4. Okay, I take. It's a draw now. Okay, I'll check, just making sure. So king b... just to show some funny lines, right? Okay, so here, bishop c6, rook a7, bishop e4, rook a6. According to the engine, this is winning for white. Let's find out why. Oh, you go f5 first. So if you take, it's a draw. But if you play f5, it's a winning move. Because I go for this pawn, you go for this pawn. It's actually quite close. Sorry, this looks really close. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you had to be just one move, guys. One move. Although actually it's not one move. Realistically, I have this move as well. In here. Yeah. So king coming in and protects the pawn. It is much slower than you think. So bishop c6 actually is winning. There is some, you had to calculate this move a little bit deeply, but it does win the game. Oh, there's this move, actually. But I can go rook h5. Interesting endgame, right? But is there another much more conservative way for Vegi after rook a3? Will he find the way? Yeah, I saw rook c4, rook a4 idea, by the way. I didn't trust this one because you go rook a4 and they trade. You're close, but how do you put your bishop on c6? Maybe you don't have to. Maybe you can go after these guys. Let me find out what the plan is here. The plan is this. Right? Let's try here. Yeah. Okay. So this is a nice plan. I was just thinking how to get the bishop to c6, but you don't have to. You can go there. So maybe maybe you can just do this. And you can queen. Oh, queening is the draw. Because of what reason? Now this is a draw. Because g5. Okay. Yeah, this is a draw because the wrong color pawn. And even if you get the g pawn, I can just win the pawn. It's not even the wrong color rook pawn. It's just the fact that pawns are going to get traded off. So you can't trade that. You can't play a4 yet. You have to do something else. And yeah, this is going to take a long time. It's going to take a while. White shouldn't rush. Yeah, this endgame is quite interesting. So after rook a3, bishop c6 is a forcing move. It leads to this endgame where we talked about, right? Rook a7 here. Now rook a6 is losing for black because I immediately take on g6 after this trade, and then f5, and then walk my king to e6. But what black can try to fight on with this move, and then we get this position. Now with the extra pawn on h4, and this position should be waiting for white, but there's work to be done. Now if he doesn't want to go for this, he can play more patiently and try to check, try to interpose this way after checking, or harass the bishop, maybe even try to attack some of these pawns. There are some ways he could try to play this without going for this directly. Thoughts on Wesley? So yes, we should take a look at that game. All right, Wesley's game is still going on. Let's take a look. Trying to take some time to understand the nuances here. So he's clearly up a pawn, connected passers. Black is setting up a blockade on the dark squares. Wesley's knight is a little bit misplaced, but it can easily come back out with knight f5. Black does not have an easy path to trade the pawns off. However, how does white actually push the pawns? So first step for white should be to try to improve the king, improve the knight. But then what? There might be some tactics where you can push this pawn and try to collect both of these guys. So that's an attempt for white to kind of transform the position. But I think I'll definitely start with this move to stop. Well, king e5 is actually not a threat because of this. So Wesley plays knight f5. King e5? King d3? He can try this forever, though. He can try to win this game forever. I actually don't... My gut feeling is that this position is maybe objectively drawn, but black will mess something up. Now let's find out if that was actually the case. Yeah, Stockfish says objectively drawn, but I think Wesley practically is going to win the game. Because there's so many ways to try this, right? You can just... by the way, I thought he'd play king d4, but maybe it doesn't matter. So king e5, let's say, king d3. He's going to move his knight around. Well, let's say some move by black. This. So if I move my knight to g7, he plays h4. I don't think I want to do that. But I can go knight e3. He can't take it. Some bishop move. I check. Now see, there's only one move to drop. It's king f4. Because e5 was dangerous. But this is very dangerous for both sides now, actually. Look at this position. Oh my. Oh my. Is there a line where I queen and they queen? You gotta be kidding me again. H2. Bishop e7, d e7, queen, queen. And I have a couple of chances to trick you. Oh no, it's black's turn. Okay, so, but the onus is on black to make sure that none of these things work. And I think Vesely will win this game because this pawn can run at any time. And black has 30 seconds. So this is definitely an attempt. He has to watch out for this idea. And I think the way to counter this was to run black's own pawns. So black has to time this in a way that works for him. Yeah, and he's finding that path though. He's playing bishop g5. He's opening up that line and he's preparing h4. So black seems to know this counterplay idea. And Vesely stops it. Okay, I can see the plans here. White wants to do the same exact thing, but limit the pawns first. Now there must be a drawback to this move, and I think the drawback is that the pawn itself is vulnerable, and somehow the bishop can target it. But how? This is coming really fast. Right? So how exactly does he This is a fascinating position. So 93. I'm using the engine right now, just so you know. Bishop c7. And my stockfish, my computer, okay. Just got stuck for a second. I hope I didn't drop any internet frames. Okay, it's moving again. Bishop c7. By the way, 93 on the board. Bishop c7, knight c4. So I see what's going on now. Bishop c7 is a nice spot because after king f6, technically the pawn is under attack. And you stop this, and you don't have time to play king d4 because of bishop takes g3. It's also a funny position, by the way. Yeah, we might actually see this. This is too much though. Well, black is risking, sorry, white is risking too much here. So I don't think Vesely is going to go g pawn. So black found this setup. Plays king d6. So bishop c7 was okay, but he plays king d6. I think black found another idea, which is to put the king on c5 and then bishop here, which does the same thing. In fact, this might be a bit easier because e5 cannot be played and there's no way to give support to it. So he just kind of shifted the king over here, and the idea is to play bishop c7. So it's kind of funny. I can switch over, and then black can switch over too if he wants to, but actually you can also just go here. Knight f5. And you wait on this diagonal. And it's a fortress. But let's say black moved the bishop away. Is knight g7 a possibility, even if I lose this pawn? So I just want to make a bad move for black. Let's say bishop b8. I go knight here. I take the pawn. You take the pawn. I come back. Oh, the knight's trapped. Okay. Okay, I would rather be black now, actually. Okay, not black. Okay, come on, but still. So this must be a draw. I mean, king e3, king c4, knight f4 is possible. Check, bishop e5 back. Yeah, this is fine for black. So I think this game is going to be a draw, guys. What if d6? Good question. At what point are you talking about here? Then the king's on c5? d6. Yeah, so d6 is not a move that you want to play because you're putting your pawns splitting your pawns apart too much. Right? You're splitting it too much and you're going to have trouble pushing the other pawn to e6. So, okay, even here. And then e5, I think you just go king d5. And what are you going to do about this, right? This is not the right... You want it to be side by side, and you want the knight to cover some of the dark squares. Yeah, you're not going to be able to push this any further. So you want it to be together more than split apart. By the way, the current position is g3, bishop d8, knight e3, king d6, knight f5, king e5. So they just repeat it, actually. So that's the first repetition. So as you can see, this happened 2 times. So just to show d6 again, pawns are split too far. Now, I mentioned this attempt, by the way, to win this pawn and sack this pawn. I think that could actually happen. I don't think Wesley will just accept the draw. He can try this. Knight g7. Oh, there's h4. But then why didn't he play knight g7 here? Because d6 is hanging. Okay. So d7. Let's say here d6, bishop somewhere. d7, bishop waits. Probably makes more sense to wait it here. And then if knight g7, h4 trades the pawns. I also am trying to threaten to take your pawn, but I'm just curious, if I wait somewhere and you let me take this pawn, is it still a draw? No. Now white is actually winning the game because apparently I can't play this because knight f6. So this is the worst way to take the pawn. So it's important that you don't lose this pawn for this one because then this is hanging. So that's why black must wait like this. Notice that the king is stuck here, so black just waits here forever. Knight g7 doesn't work, remember, because of h4. That's a draw. Okay. This might unfortunately go on for another 30 minutes. So this is the setup that he's going to pick. Bishop here, wait. Wait for h4. King is stuck here. But we know that US already won this. And once again, I will go to that page where we have the standings. Jabawa's game. Can we check? Of course. Jabawa lost, unfortunately, to the Indonesian team. How did George do against Indonesia? Georgia won. You think there's an incorrect result? Let's find out. Go to the end. Oh, Jabawa looks like he won the game, but it's marked as a loss. Yeah, he won the game. Clearly. Okay, so the final thing we're going to do, I'm already over time right now. We will look at the standings really quickly, and I will call off for tonight. So let me quickly go to the standings page. Teams, and There we go. So we have, there we go. We don't need to see me. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I appreciate you in the Lichess chat, Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Tomorrow, I don't know who's going to commentate, but I'm going to take a break until the next weekend. So if you want to watch me again, it's going to be the next week for round 10 and 11. And I believe we might have Eric come back one of those games. I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm honored for the opportunity to commentate for Lichess, an amazing website which I play and stream on myself for the last 5 years since I started streaming. It's been amazing. So, love the interface. Every game is amazing there. I will see you guys next weekend. Thank you to the mods for moderating. And I asked the mods to raid someone after the stream ends because I don't have the raid powers. So, see you guys tomorrow. Tune in at the same time. I believe Ilya will commentate. Show him some love as well. Have a great rest of your day, evening. So, for those of you around the world, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.